looking for Senator Timberlake.
Welcome to 077-037458.
We are live.
All right, when you get a chance to, would you make Representative Landry and
I am working on that right
And with
now.
that, I want to welcome everyone. Good morning. I'm Senator Jim Dill. I'm chair of IFW committee. And we've got a very busy day today. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bills to hear. And my list is well over 60 folks to testify. And what we'll do, we'll introduce ourselves here just in a second. But we will hear LD 1033, an act to allow Sunday hunting on private property with the written permission of the landowner, and LD 1054, an act to allow hunting on Sundays with written permission on private property. We'll hear those two together. So what I will do is I will ask each of the bill sponsors to present, and then I'll go to legislators, and then we'll go on. So first off, let's introduce ourselves, and I'll start with Representative Lyford.
Good morning, Senator. Peter Lyford, District 129, Clifton, Eddington, Holden, a portion of North Brewer, and Vesey.
Representative Mason.
Good morning, Senator. I'm Rick Mason, District 56, representing the great people of Lisbon.
Senator Black.
Good morning, Chair. Senator Black, representing Senate District 17, which is all of Franklin County and 4 towns in Kennebec.
Senator Curry.
Morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Chip Curry. I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County, Senate District 11.
House Chair Landry.
Good morning, Representative Scott Landry from Farmington. I represent District 113, the towns of Farmington and New Sharon.
Representative Alley.
Good morning, Senator Dill. This is Representative Robert Alley from Down East Maine, District 138, Addison, Beals, Cherryfield, Columbia Falls, Harrington, Jonesboro, Jonesport, Marshfield, Millbridge, Whitneyville, plus the unorganized territory of Centerville. Thank you.
Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. My name is Tim Terrio. I represent District 79, which is Albion, most of Benton, China, and Unity Plantation.
Representative Hepler.
Good morning, Senator Dill. I'm Allison Hepler. I represent House District 53, which includes the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, which is where I live, Dresden, and a small part of Richmond.
Representative Neto.
Good morning, Senator Dill. My name is Kathy Neto. I represent District 78, which is all of Winslow and a small portion of Benton.
Representative McCray, I almost had you introduce yourself there. That's the wrong committee here. Representative Ordway.
Good morning, Lester Ordway. I represent District 23, which is most of the town of Standish.
Representative Danny Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Danny Martin, House 150, located in northern Aroostook County.
As I said, I'm Jim Dill. I represent Senate District number 5, Northern Penobscot County. Our clerk today is Linda LaCroix, and our analyst is John Clark. And as I said, we've got a very busy day today. This is a public hearing. Make sure you mute yourself at all times. Be respectful at all times. We'll hear from bill sponsors first, followed by other legislators, then the department, and then other folks wishing to testify in favor, followed by against, and then with neither for nor against. And I will have a timer set at 3 minutes. And when it goes off, I'm not trying to be rude, but I will let you know your 3 minutes are up, and you'll have 1 or 2 sentences to finish up. That way, everybody has basically the same amount of time. We will hear, as I mentioned, LD 1033 and 1054 together. So I will have each of the 2 sponsors, which is first Representative Timberlake, followed by Representative Hanley, introduce their bills, and then we'll start with the other legislators. So with that, LD 1033, Senator Timberlake.
Thank you, Senator Dill, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and Representative Landry. I am Jeff Timberlake, a farmer and landowner, and I represent District 22, which includes the towns of Durham, Greene, Leeds, Lisbon, Litchfield, Sabattis, Turner, Wales, and Wayne. It's my pleasure to be here to present LD 1033, an act to allow Sunday hunting on private property with the written permission of the landowner. As someone who owns land and makes a living off that land, this bill strikes the appropriate balance between landowners in Maine and the outdoor enthusiasts and hunters. Working Mainers and their families are counting on you to consider and pass LD 1033. I know what a hard day's work means. And for most Mainers, a hard day's work is required 5 or 6 days a week. That leaves blue collar hunters with sometimes only 2 or 3 days a year to hunt. Anyone who has ever hunted knows that 2 or 3 days is usually not enough to be successful. This bill will empower those hard workers to hunt on their land or ask permission of a landowner to hunt on Sundays. Adding Sunday would double the season for some hunters. Ironically, the same people who would benefit most from a successful harvest are the ones who are forced to choose between working overtime on Saturday or getting out in the woods. We can do better than this for them. Maine and Massachusetts are the only 2 states left in the nation with a complete ban on Sunday hunting. The basic premise of this bill is recognizing that individuals should have the right to hunt on their own property on Sunday and the right to grant permission to do so to others. It's important to note this bill does not infringe on the rights or safety of other outdoor recreationalists. This bill applies only to private property. Hunting would still be prohibited on public land, and hunting remains a very safe activity for hunters and non-hunters. It's safer than boating. In fact, in the last 30 years, there have been 3 non-hunter deaths due to hunting. Between 2015 and 2019, 10 people were killed in boating accidents, a yearly average for that time frame of 2 per year. As a non-hunter, you are safer in the woods with hunters than you are on the water in a boat. Maine has seen a decline in the number of licensed hunters over the past decade. This decline is in part due to transition in family lifestyles that is filled with commitments throughout the week. Between schoolwork, extracurricular engagements, many do not have the adequate opportunity to participate in hunting. Engaging Maine youth is the only way we will preserve Maine's hunting heritage for future generations. It is critical that we get kids involved to increase hunter participation while teaching responsibility and safe hunting habits. Because Maine has seen a decline in the number of licensed hunters, it has also been trouble for Maine harvest counts. It has been trouble for Maine harvest counts for deer and the black bear. Maine has been increasing the numbers of any deer permits yearly and promoting bear hunting. This fact is why Sunday hunting will not shorten the deer season. On the contrary, it will help the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife manage our herd. In addition, Maine faces significant budgetary challenges as a result of COVID-19. Expanding Sunday hunting opportunities will also provide an economic benefits through the purchase of license, fuel, food, lodging, and dozens of incidentals that go along with a day's hunting. According to the economic impact study done by the National Shooting Sports Foundation, the total economic impact to Maine would be 1,877 jobs and the economic output of tens of millions of dollars if Sunday hunting were allowed. Finally, allowing landowners to choose to hunt on their land on Sundays, as well as giving others permission to hunt on their land, promotes the right of property ownership. The government should not arbitrarily regulate what days people can do specific activities on their land. As long as those activities are otherwise approved by law, we have an opportunity this session to pass a meaningful piece of legislation that will touch the lives of countless Mainers and put our state in line with nearly every other in the nation. I urge you to vote on the side of working Mainers, small businesses, and the ever important youth hunters. I urge you to pass LD 1033. I thank you again for your time and consideration. And the only thing I'll add as an ad lib is I have voted for 13 years against Sunday hunting. And I finally thought that I've come up with a methodology that would work and be respect the rights. So I please hope you support it. Gladly answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Lyford.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good morning, Senator Timberlake. In this state, we have a lot of management companies like American Forest Management, Gardner Logging, who represent both in-state and out-of-state landowners. For instance, one of them would be Subway Corporation that owns a little over 1 million acres now. Who do I ask at Subway Corporation for permission to hunt on their land?
You're going to have to check with whoever the ownership of Subway Corporation is. And, if it's an LLC or in our organization, it's, I'll pick on my own because I know how it works, but Ricker Hill Orchards is a corporation and we have ownerships. And the owners of the corporation or the executives would have to either grant permission, and who would have the authority to give written permission or not give written permission. It's something that each corporation and private landowner would have to make on their own.
Thank you.
Representative Mason.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Dill. Thank you, Mr. Timberlake, for that well-spoken testimony on LD 1033. With the landowner permission, is this going to be a written permission? You'll have to have something written from that homeowner, or can it be a verbal?
No, it will have to be written permission. You'll have to have something written in your pocket that if you get stopped, that you can show the warden or any other law enforcement agency that happens to stop you along the way that I have written permission from this landowner to be on this property.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Timberlake, for presenting this bill. And I was going to ask the question, because I knew personally that you had been against Sunday hunting for years and had voted against it, and that you had changed your mind with this new, with the bill that you had given testimony to. Does this require the landowner to do anything? Your bill, does it require a landowner to do anything?
No, the only requirement that the landowner would have to do, if he wanted to allow somebody, he would have to write on a piece of paper that I give Senator Russell Black permission to hunt on my land. And that's it. He doesn't have to post it. He doesn't have to do anything. And, the reason I support this bill, Senator, is that, I have the decision to make. Our family owns a large chunk of land. And we have a decision to make of whether we allow it or not. We don't have to post it. We don't have to do anything. All we have to do is either grant permission or not grant permission. So if you don't want hunting on your land, then you don't grant permission. I tried to simplify it and made it as common sense as you could ever make a bill in my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Senator Timberlake. I was trying to write down what you were saying in terms of figures for the boost to the economy. Was that and it was like a couple thousand jobs and some income. Is that just for adding Sundays or is that total?
I believe that's just for adding Sundays as I understood it when I read it.
Okay, can you tell me that again?
You should have it in the written testimony that I gave you.
Okay.
Should be. I'll gladly give it to you again. It was put out by, if you want it, it was put out by the National Shooting Sports Foundation. The total economic impact for Maine would be 1,877 jobs and an economic output of tens of $millions if Sunday hunting were allowed.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you for asking the question.
Are there any other questions of Senator Timberlake? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me the opportunity. You guys have a nice day now.
Representative Hanley, would you present LD 1054, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Dill and Representative Landry and members of the committee. I'm Jeff Hanley. I'm here to present LD 1054, an act to allow Sunday hunting on with written consent on private property. I am Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Westcasset, and Randolph. Senator Timberlake covered everything I could possibly cover. So I'm going to skip through what I've written down and just hit some high points. But everything he said is a mirror of what I'm thinking and saying as well. And these two bills are virtually identical. But it is true that working men and women, on average, have only one day a week to hunt when you get down to it. And imagine if people that like to hike or canoe or bird watch could only do that on one day a week. If they were forbidden to, on their own property, to use a canoe on Saturday or go hiking on Saturday, that would be a very unfair imposition on them, especially people that have their own private property or wish to grant someone else that privilege on their property. So I try to think of things that way. And these people that do hunt, remember, they're the ones that through the excise tax on firearms and ammunition at the production point, they pay a 10% excise tax on everything they buy, firearms and ammo, and then with another 5% natural sales tax. But the 10% tax that is imposed by the federal government by law has to be directed to the preservation of game, preserves, and management. So the people that hunt and target shoot, even if they don't hunt, and target shooting or skeet shooting is a great sport that a lot of people are involved in, they put an awful lot of money into these systems that support the wildlife habitat that we all enjoy, whether you're a hiker or canoeist or bird watcher, it doesn't matter. Everybody gets to enjoy the fruits of these monies that are set aside for these purposes. And that includes duck stamps. Maine has a duck stamp as well as a federal duck stamp. And these create millions of dollars, and they all are targeted to preserving game management areas and game. So I think it's important to realize that the people that work for a living can actually only hunt one day a week, actually putting an awful lot of money into the enjoyment everyone else gets for 7 days a week. So I would think that it would be only fair and reasonable to expand this one more day. And of course, both of these bills, mine and Senator Timberlake's, the key component is it's all voluntary, that anyone that would want to hunt on land would have to have in their possession written permission to do so. And it requires no activity by anyone at all. If landowners don't want to be involved in it, they don't have to do a thing. If someone wishes to hunt on land, they're the only ones that are actually required to do something. They have to go and seek out the landowner, get written permission from that landowner, and then they can hunt only on that land and for that that time frame. Because the other thing that I think we need to keep in mind, that the hunting tradition is, and I like Senator Timberlake, all my life, I have been very agnostic about supporting Sunday hunting. It's, always been the Lord's Day and the day of rest. So I have never been truly a great advocate of it for those reasons. But then I look at it also is a wonderful family activity, a traditional activity. And 2 years ago, my son and I and my son-in-law and all of my granddaughters and grandsons, we all got canoes. We were down on the Eastern River and we paddled up the river and built a beautiful duck blind, all of us together. And then we slept out in tents that night, and we woke up the next morning on opening day for youth hunting, and we took those kids duck hunting. And that they will never forget that tradition, that beautiful family tradition that they experienced. So imagine if we could do that on a Sunday, the tradition of taking your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter for a hike in the woods to find some partridge, or rabbits, whatever it is, maybe deer hunting. It's still an extremely safe and enjoyable activity and a family tradition, a safe family tradition. So
I won't, I know you have a long day ahead of you, so I won't drag this out any longer, but I ask you to give this real consideration and support and combine these bills as needed. And let's try to do something that's very reasonable and sensible and get this piece of legislation through. Thank you for your time, and I'll try to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Representative Lightfoot.
Thank you, Representative Hanley. With more days to hunt, would you expect the price of a hunting license to go up, or should it go up?
I would say no. The cost is substantial now, and I don't see any need to do that. I would always let the department come up with those formulas.
Representative Hanley, do you anticipate this is basically just for the month of November, or is this the entire hunting season from bear season in August, September when it opens till the end of rabbit season in February, March, or whatever the other end is, and then all other times predator hunting and that type of thing, so it would be year round?
Yes, that's right, Senator Dill, that this legislation would allow all legal hunting to continue on all Sundays of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there other
Senator,
questions?
I don't know how that would work in conjunction with, federal migratory laws, but whatever is legal would be allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill this morning.
Thank you, and I have to leave. I have other committees I need to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Thank you very much, Senator Dill. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and most honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. This is my third term in the legislature, and the very first bill that the novice, wet behind the ears, presented was a Sunday hunting bill for birds. So I did dig out some of my old testimony and meld it into this one. I am Representative David McCray, and I live in Fort Fairfield and represent the 9 communities of House District 148. I have come to your committee as a co-sponsor of LD 1033, an act to allow Sunday hunting on private property with the written permission of the landowner. While doing my research for this and my previous bill, I discovered just a little bit of history. That the state of Utah issued the first hunting license, combined hunting and fishing, for the sum of $1 in 1901. Interestingly enough, I also found that as part of that legislation, get this, all female persons, residents of Utah, may take game animals under the provision of the title without procuring a license. While I did not uncover when Maine first issued its first hunting license, I did find evidence that Maine had begun exploring the issue as early as 1899. Currently, of the 50 states, only 11 of them have any restrictions whatsoever on Sunday hunting. These 11 states and their regulations surrounding hunting are as follows, and I will fly right through this. In Delaware, Sunday hunting of red fox allowed and full hunting on commercial preserves. Maryland, Sunday hunting of deer and turkey allowed in some counties on private land. Massachusetts, Senator Timberlake mentioned that they don't allow any, but my research said that it was allowed on regulated grounds or in defense of one's property. New Jersey, Sunday hunting of pheasant and quail or partridge is allowed. North Carolina, Sunday hunting of all game on military reservations or in defense of your own land. South Carolina, Sunday hunting of small game allowed, but not on wildlife management areas. Pennsylvania, Sunday hunting of all small game is allowed. Virginia, last one, Sunday hunting of waterfowl allowed, subject to the restrictions imposed by the Director of the Fish and Game. Oh, I guess I have one more. West Virginia, Sunday hunting allowed in some counties on private land with written permission, similar to Maine. Currently, this leaves the state of Maine as the only state out of the 50 that does not allow any hunting in any form on Sundays. As I researched this issue, I found that most states mentioned earlier have been moving toward less restrictive Sunday hunting laws over recent years. Perhaps now may well be the time for Maine to consider some limited move in this direction. My father grew up as a farm boy in Aroostook County, and as such, he was an avid outdoorsman. He absolutely loved fishing and hunting. While I was growing up, he was the foreman at the heating plant at the former Loring Air Force Base in Limestone, and he worked 6 days a week most of the time, more often than not, leaving little time for hunting. I know that he and countless others just like him would have greatly appreciated being able to hunt even birds on Sundays. I firmly feel that there are many, many men and women like my dad whose fall recreational lives would be dramatically improved by allowing them the opportunities to hunt on Sundays. We in the legislature profess to be very supportive of improving Maine's rural economy. In remote rural areas of Maine, the local economy would be very positively improved should LD 1033 be enacted. Many local businesses such as restaurants, gas stations, convenience stores, hunting supply establishments, just to name a few, would become more prosperous as a direct result. Much of their business comes from those sportsmen and women from away, bringing more money to the rural local economies. Some businesses may actually even expand their hours or even find that staying open on Sunday would become profitable, thereby increasing their bottom line and perhaps hiring even more employees. Additionally, sporting camps, which are by their very nature established in the more rural parts of the state, would see increased business if their out-of-state clientele were to stay over the extra day. Nearly all of these businesses cater to out-of-state hunters. It's hard to say how many hunters currently choose to hunt in nearby New Hampshire or Vermont simply because they can hunt every day of the week. I suspect that some hunters likely stop short of coming to Maine and spend their dollars in our neighboring states to the south. If enacted, LD 1033 would permit the landowner, as well as those who have been given written permission, to hunt on their land on Sundays. And this isn't in my written testimony, but what should be pointed out is, we'll say to Senator Timberlake, he has a lot of land that could be hunted on. He can give permission to that. It doesn't mean that he has to give blanket permission whenever there's any hunting legal. He could say, yes, Dave McRae, you can hunt on November 3rd, that Sunday, or he could restrict a particular period of time when he and his family or other people wanted to do other activities in the woods and would not want to be out there where hunters are. So it doesn't mean it's an all or nothing thing. The owner has complete control over this. So as you can see, it offers extremely limited opportunity for hunters while leaving the accessibility to the very most local control, that being the owner of the land. I urge your support of this bill. I thank you for your time and consideration and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Are there any questions for Representative McCray? All right, seeing none. Yes, Representative Landry.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Good morning, Representative McCray.
Good morning. Seems like an ACF meeting.
It is, it does, doesn't it? A lot of the arguments I hear against Sunday hunting is that landowners will potentially start posting more land. Do you see that effect in any way? Even though the way it's written, you say that you have to ask permission.
I try to put myself in all of the positions on any bill. And if nobody's going to hunt on my land. I have 1.3 acres, okay? And it's mostly cleared. But if I were a landowner that had woods and hunting capabilities, if I don't want people there at all, I'll post it. If I want to just leave it be, that's fine. I just can't fathom any way that if I'm a landowner, that if you ask me for permission and I really didn't want you there, I'd say, look, Representative Landry, you're a good guy, but I really don't want to get into that. So I'm sorry. I can't imagine that's going to make me want to post my land because you asked. Now, it might make me post my land if you said, oh, good enough, I'm going anyway. that could do it. But I don't see that happening any at all because of a bill such as these two.
Very good. Thank you.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this
Hey,
morning.
thank you, folks. Good seeing you.
Yep. Representative Bailey.
Good morning. This is my first time testifying before Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, so thank you very much for the opportunity. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and distinguished members of the IFW committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1033. I was 8 years old when my grandfather first taught me to fire a gun. I enjoyed shooting with him on our family's farm and practicing with my BB gun. Growing up, my family didn't hunt. However, I recently completed my hunter's education online and secured a hunting license. My interest in hunting are first and foremost to spend quality time with friends, build community, and enjoy Maine's great outdoors. However, there is a slight problem with my plan. I hold 2 jobs. I work for most or part of the days on Saturdays, and the best day for me to hunt is Sunday. Thus, I'm here to ask you to lift Maine's prohibition on Sunday hunting. It's my understanding that this prohibition was not intended to support wildlife populations, protect property rights, or promote other outdoor recreational activities. Instead, it was written to impose a particular religion and its Sabbath day on all Mainers, and to promote views of gender and family that a majority Mainers just don't hold today. Muslims hold Friday as their holy day. For Jews, the Sabbath starts at sundown on Friday and ends at sundown on Saturday. Seventh-day Adventists celebrate the Sabbath on Saturdays. Imposing a Sunday Sabbath on Mainers violates the American principle of separation of church and state. Protects not only individual freedom, but also the freedom of religion from being corrupted by the state. And they view that the man is the head of the household. He can earn a living, or in this case, hunt, in order to provide for his wife and kids, and that he needs some law to keep him at home with his wife and kids on Sundays after attending Christian Sabbath, of course, services, is a view that a lot of Mainers don't believe should be imposed on others. Hunting is a tradition in our state that knows no race, sex, sexual orientation, economic status, or religion. It should know no particular day of the week either. I ask you to support LD 1033, and thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Bailey? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Are there any other representatives or legislators that wish to testify? Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Senator. I didn't prepare any written testimony, but I do want everybody to know that I do support Sunday hunting, and most everything that I would have said has been said, and that's why I didn't put any written testimony out there, because I knew Senator Timberlake was going to do a very good job, and he did. But I would like to add that I too, I worked for 31 years in a paper mill, and I can't tell you how many Sundays, Christmases, Thanksgiving days I've worked, and the limit on the availability of hunting is very difficult. So when you get a chance to go, you want to go, and when Sunday's not the day, there was many times that Sunday was the only day I had off, and I enjoy hunting, and this is going to be an opportunity to allow it if you wish on your own land. So I think it's the perfect meld of what we're trying to accomplish. But I also, in thinking of the ways that we've been dealing with a lot of bills, is that maybe we should put a stakeholders group together and have everyone's views aired a little bit better, put together, bring it back next year, and maybe we can come to an agreement, some kind of a middle ground where we can actually move forward with this. We hear this every year on Sunday hunting. It's not going to go away. Just like every other major issue we have, it keeps coming back and back and back. So if we actually try and do the right thing and put a group together, organize it so we can maybe come to some middle ground and move forward from there, maybe we can actually accomplish something. That's my thoughts, and I'd certainly take any questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Terrio? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Representative Warren.
Good morning. I'm a co-sponsor to LD 1033 and very appreciative for your time this morning. Good morning to Senator Dill and Representative Landry and colleagues on the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I'm happy to be here today in support of LD 1033. I'm a new legislator. This is also my first time testifying before your committee. Being from Southern Maine, it may be a little surprising for me to be here today in support of this bill. So I'd like to explain my enthusiastic hope that this bill passes in this session. This is a working person's bill, in my view. The people that the prohibition on Sunday hunting hurts are the very people in need most of our attention. Empowering Maine's working people to help feed their family is something we should all agree on. Removing those sorts of barriers is empowering. And in this case, it means meeting them where they're at and supporting them in meaningfully addressing their life constraints day to day. If one of my constituents works 5 days a week and needs to work some overtime hours on Saturday in the morning to make ends meet, and then has an afternoon Little League football or soccer game to attend, when could I suggest that they go and get into the woods? We're making them choose between work and family or providing food for their family. This just doesn't seem right in my personal view. I want to understand better if the people who oppose this bill can consider the challenge of getting away from work to hunt within an already narrow hunting season among a wide range of constraints that the status quo maybe unintentionally, disproportionately harms. And there is a clear answer. And this is a compromise. And it's a compromise that fits Maine's needs. This bill will allow a landowner to grant access to land that they own. This is why I like this bill. It's not because only landowners can hunt. I like it because everyone has the same opportunity to knock on some doors and ask for permission. It's equitable in that sense. It's common sense in that sense. And frankly, I also enjoy outdoors too. And to be honest, I like that I'll be able to still head into town or state-owned land without people hunting on it on Sunday. I appreciate that element of just true compromise and consideration from many different points of view. I feel comfortable letting people do what they want and need to do on land that they have permission for. Will I do what I want to do on land that I have access to? This just seems to strike a very practical balance. And I urge you to pass LD 1033 for that reason. I appreciate your time this morning, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you have for me.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. All right, next up we have Jim Connolly from the department, followed by Jared Bonstein, Jim Zimmerman, and Lauren LePage.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I'm Jim Conley, Resource Management Director at the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking in opposition to LD 1033 and also the next bill 1054. We have the same testimony. This bill allows landowners to hunt wild animals and wild birds on their private property on Sundays. Landowners can also give written permission to other individuals to hunt on the landowner's private property on Sundays. The Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife is directed to establish rules to implement these provisions. This issue raised by the introduction of this bill is truly a social issue that strikes individuals personally, with almost everyone having an opinion on this. The points of view are not necessarily predictable and vary within land ownership status, recreational interest, and even among hunters. The discussion crosses lines of personal liberty and landowner rights. The administration does understand that Sunday hunting could provide potential economic growth and additional opportunity to hunters. At the same time, we recognize that many landowners prefer to have Sunday as a day that they can enjoy their land and allow other stewards opportunity to recreate. The department is sensitive to the concerns of private landowners. Maine is more than 90% privately owned, and without the support and generosity of our private landowners, our outdoor recreational opportunities would be severely limited. We have also been contacted by landowners where they express concerns that they not be made the bad guys in the decision on whether or not Sunday hunting is allowed. I'm sure you also hear testimony from landowners who feel they should be allowed to decide when and where to use their land. Currently, Saturdays are Maine Warden Service busiest days regarding calls for service in the fall, September 1st through the middle of December. Calls for service on Saturdays are on an average a minimum of 61% greater than the other 5 days of the week. We expect another weekend day of hunting would be more like a Saturday, and wardens would see a significant increase in calls for service. Currently, Sunday is often used as a day to complete paperwork and follow up with complaints and investigations wardens respond to on Saturday, using Sunday as a catch-up day to find people at home and avoid contacting them at their workplaces. We have reached out to a few states and can offer the following points. Instituting Sunday hunting affects migratory bird hunting, including waterfowl hunting, which is regulated by a framework provided by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Currently, non-hunting Sundays in Maine can be compensated for by adding a hunting day at the end of the season, thereby increasing the overall length of the season. Migration occurs over a period of time, and having an extended season allows hunters to access different species and hunting conditions across the state. For this reason, some states have limited Sunday hunting to deer hunting. A shortened season would require the department to change the waterfowl seasons as they currently exist. This change is not something that could be instituted immediately and would likely require a year after passage of a bill to coordinate the changes with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. At this point, the states we have talked to have not documented an increase in harvest as a result of Sunday hunting. Neither have any states documented an overall increase in participation due to Sunday hunting, although some new studies are underway to examine this issue. Several states have pointed out that Sunday hunting has allowed hunters to quickly offset the lost opportunity to bad weather on an opening Saturday. And looking at daily harvest records in New Hampshire, it also appears Sunday is the day of choice for some hunters to be out as well. Going to the point, people working Saturday hunt Sunday. And in conclusion, I would say this information reinforces this is a social issue, not a biological one. I'd be glad to answer any questions at this time or during the work session.
Representative Lightfoot.
Jim, do you consider hunting a sport or a necessity?
It depends on the individual. People see it both ways.
Do you or the department know of anybody that's hunting 12 months out of the year to feed their family?
I don't have the experience to understand that. I know there are people that access food banks year round. So yes, there are people in need of food year round.
And aren't there plenty of agencies in this day and era to go and get food?
You're really asking questions outside the expertise. The Sunday hunting did not result in an increase in the harvest or an increase of the participation, even when it was put in place. Vermont has always had Sunday hunting, and New Hampshire's had it since '63, so they can't say, but they haven't noticed that. And that's really the only aspect of that that I could comment on.
I guess my point was that in this day and age, there's plenty of places to get food without hunting illegally or legally, you know, for feeding your family. Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Conley. I have a couple of questions. One is, and maybe Representative McCray answered that in his testimony about what's happening in different states. But one of the questions I was wondering about, which is related to enforcement, is do other states have this sort of with private property landowner, or is it just open on Sunday? I guess I'm wondering about enforcement issues regarding this with permission of landowner. And if you have any knowledge of what it could be in other states.
It's all over the board. So Rhode Island has all Sundays are available for hunting all species when they're in season. West Virginia, similar. New York, the same thing. Connecticut only allows archery hunting on private land for deer during the hunting season for deer. Massachusetts has no hunting at all on Sundays. So there's a variety of ways that states have implemented this. In Maryland, they do it by county. So if people are concerned about confusing regulations, they open and close turkey and deer by county and have implemented it that way. So there's a variety of mechanisms that have been used to address concerns. Some are private land in state wildlife management areas, and others, it's all land that are open.
Thank you. Senator Dill, can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
So have you thought, what are your thoughts about enforcing a bill like this in Maine?
I would defer to Dan Scott on that question, the Colonel.
Okay.
Okay. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim, for the department's testimony. What is your thoughts about the suggestion as these bills move along and that Representative Terrio had about perhaps having a stakeholders group? Would the department be in favor of something like that to get to the bottom of this?
I defer to Judy. I think some of the testimony we heard when groups introduced themselves to the committee at the beginning of the session were pretty specific and unequivocal in their opposition to Sunday hunting. I think one of the challenges in stakeholder groups is there has to be a willingness to consider the issue. And if people are coming to the table that they're not prepared to do that, then stakeholder groups don't really create consensus in that situation. But I'll leave folks to speak for themselves in the subsequent testimonies here.
Thank you.
Are there
Senator
other?
Black, I would
Yep.
just say certainly if the committee asked us to convene a stakeholder group to discuss this and meet with the various stakeholders, we would of course do that happily. As Jim alluded to, it might not be an easy task, but we would certainly be willing to take that on.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is Jared Bornstein. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and the esteemed members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I'm here to express my enthusiastic and confident support of LD 1033. This is an issue that has been heard every session without movement from the legislature. Historically, landowners have been opposed to Sunday hunting. And see, that's the beauty of this bill. Somebody does not want Sunday hunting on their land. They simply choose to not give out written permission for access to their land. This bill is a compromise. It is good legislation, and it is time that Maine gives some access to hunters that work for a living. There is an idea that large landowners don't want this. I say idea because I've never met one. My family historically has owned large tracts of timberland, and none of us has an issue with people hunting on their own property. It doesn't affect us any. In fact, I spoke with the employee who for many years oversaw that property. I told him about our bill, and he said that he has no issue with it at all. And this is someone who spends 40 or more hours a week in the woods all year, even during hunting season. As someone who believes in the property rights of individuals, it confuses me that a collection of businesses can dictate what private citizens do on their own land. I don't understand. It seems to me that Maine landowners should be the ones deciding whether or not they hunt on Sunday on their own land, not special interests. Landowners should be empowered to utilize their land to feed their families. They should also be empowered to allow others to hunt on their land if they so choose. I've spent a long time working on this bill and thinking about the arguments. One of the saddest and most frustrating aspects of this is the irony. The irony that those families who work 5 to 6 days a week and barely get a hunting season are the same ones who would benefit most from having some opportunity to hunt on Sundays. It's inequitable. People like me who have privilege can take days off and leave work early are the ones getting 2 or 3 deer a year. I recognize this dynamic and give away a deer or a deer and a half of meat every year. But I can't give venison to everyone who didn't get a deer due to their work schedule. And that is where you all can step in to correct this inequity. Hunting is safe. In the last 30 years, there have been 3 non-hunter deaths. If you average that out, that means 1 death per 1 million licenses sold. To put that in perspective, there are about 100 car accident fatalities for every 1 million car registrations. The anti-hunter argument that starts off or ends with, "I don't feel safe," are not backed by data and should not be the basis for preventing working Mainers from putting food on the table. Hikers, landowners, and other non-hunting outdoor enthusiasts are 100 times more likely to die driving to their land or hiking trail than they are being shot by a stray bullet. It's time to give Sundays a chance. It's time to give working Mainers a chance. Please pass LD 1033.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Next is Jim Zimmerman.
Good morning. First of all, let me apologize for the children in the background. It is school vacation, and I'm the father of 4 children, and 2 of them actually have special needs, which is part of the reason that I'm testifying today. I'm an avid hunter and love to hunt, have hunted all my life. Literally spent tens of thousands of dollars in hunting licenses and ammunition and all these things that go into hunting season. And to an extent, like Jared, I'm a little bit privileged in the fact that I get to hunt a little bit of the time during the week. But where I find it's really hard to participate in hunting is taking my children hunting. Although not all of them are able to hunt, I do intend to get my children out in the woods as much as possible. And between school and, special education and physical therapy and doctor's visits and all these things that go along, some of my kids just don't have an opportunity to go out and hunt. Whereas if that includes my wife as well, who I've introduced to hunting. She's a nurse, and she doesn't really get an opportunity to go out in the woods at all, because she's basically stuck at home dealing with the kids, or dealing with their appointments or whatever. So basically on Sundays, it would give us one day or another chance, an opportunity to possibly get out in the woods and partake in hunting. It puts food on the table, not every year for sure, but it definitely helps out in a family of 6. And it also gives me the opportunity to spend the time with my kids that I normally wouldn't get to spend. When the kids are younger, they are, typically able. Myself, I started hunting when I was 10. I started my son hunting when he was 10. I have 2 4-year-olds that are coming up to be able to hunt. If you do the current math on that now, assuming they get to hunt every Sunday, Thursday, the Thursday of Thanksgiving, and the day after Thanksgiving, and Youth Day, that gives them approximately 7 days a year for me to teach them all the things they need to know to learn to be safe in the woods. And with the current attention span of children today, it's just not a possibility. I mean, they're at a young age, they're typically done hunting in a few hours, and that's not a lot of time to give them the knowledge to go out there and hunt on their own when they're 16 years old, which they're able to. I believe one of the bills coming up is to lower the hunting age for adult hunters, which is just less time in the woods that they have to learn the craft of hunting and survival skills and the safety of hunting, the important things that can be taught by fathers or father figures or mothers or whomever is taking them out in the woods. So Sunday would definitely be a big help to my family, and I know many other families that are in the same boat. That's my testimony, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Zimmerman? All right, seeing none. Next is Lauren LePage, followed by Anthony Delachi, Edward Ainsworth, and Jacob Pliskiner.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Senator Dale, Representative Landry, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Lauren LePage, and I'm the state director for the National Rifle Association here in Maine. On behalf of our thousands of members across the state of Maine, I would like to express our strong support for LD 1033, a strongly bipartisan piece of legislation. Maine and Massachusetts are the only two states left in the nation with a total ban on Sunday hunting. Despite what you may hear, this ban is absolutely based on an antiquated blue law from the colonial times, passed in 1883. This is not something unique to Maine, other than being a blue law from the colonial era. This bill is about more than Sunday hunting. It's about private property rights and the rights of the landowner. Antiquated blue laws should not dictate what occurs on a landowner's property as long as they are otherwise operating within the rules and regulations of established hunting seasons. This bill takes a critical step in increasing hunter participation by expanding Sunday hunting opportunities. This will invigorate hunter recruitment and retention efforts, which are key factors in preserving Maine's hunting heritage. Maine has seen a decline in licensed hunters over the past decade. This decline is in part, as has been mentioned, to a family lifestyle often filled with activities 6 days a week. The addition of an extra day to hunt increases the opportunity for individuals to experience hunting, as well as gives hardworking Maine families another opportunity to put food on their table, especially during these hard times. Not only does this encourage hunter participation and gives individuals an opportunity to hunt for food, but this legislation does provide economic benefits through the purchase of fuel, food, lodging, and other expenses on a hunting trip. And I would defer to the NSSF study referenced by the sponsor earlier this morning. Too many people are choosing to hunt in New Hampshire and not Maine because they can spend an entire weekend hunting. This is revenue that Maine is losing to our neighbors to the south. Lastly, hunters are singled out with this prohibition. We allow all kinds of outdoor activities on both public and private property on Sundays, including fishing, hiking, golf, and ATVing. Why should hunters be treated differently, especially when they are the ones funding the bulk of conservation and wildlife management in this state? Hunting is part of Maine's heritage and a critical component of wildlife management. This bill strikes the correct balance between empowering landowners to make the decisions about what occurs on their land and giving hunters the opportunity to get into the field. On behalf of our thousands of members in Maine, I strongly urge the committee to support LD 1033. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Terrio.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. I'm not sure you have the information, but are you aware of any enforcement issues in other states that have Sunday hunting? I was pretty concerned hearing that our wardens may have a problem doing that on a Sunday. I don't understand that, but interesting.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. It is my understanding that in the 41 states where hunting is allowed on private property, they have not experienced an increase in conflict on Sundays. In Virginia, where restrictions on Sunday hunting were reduced in 2014, their Fish and Game police officers said, quote, they were confronted with far fewer complaints on Sunday than on Saturdays during that season, even after the expansion of Sunday hunting. So it's shown that Sunday tends to appear more like a weekday in these other states in terms of numbers of hunters in the woods than a Saturday, and that Saturday largely still seems to be the busiest day in the woods.
Can I have a follow-up, Senator?
Sure.
So maybe if we need to have a day off, maybe Wednesday would be a good day. You know, let's just have Wednesdays. If they want to have a day off, go walk in the woods. I don't think anybody would have a problem saying Wednesday's a free, you know, no hunting on Wednesday.
I mean, certainly on behalf of our membership, we would not want to see a weekday reduced. I mean, we support 7 days a week hunting. And I think given how safe hunting is, I mean, the National Safety Council makes it the third safest hobby behind billiards and camping. Given how safe of a sport it is, I don't think that it's necessary to trim a day of the week. But I do think that opening up particular LD 1033 would provide a lot of opportunity for individuals to get into the field on Sunday that otherwise may not even buy a hunting license because they don't feel it's worth it because Sunday is their only day.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lauren, for testifying. If you heard any pushback, some of the other organizations claim that there will be pushback of reverse posting or landowners being upset with it. Have you heard any of that in your conversations?
So I think what I would say about that is, if that is a concern, our organization remains open to addressing any and all concerns associated with Sunday hunting. And so we are always happy to have a conversation and address numerous concerns. I would say that one thing that's important to remember, although Maine it's not the law in Maine, if you go to the department's website, the department strongly encourages hunters to get permission to hunt land as it currently is 6 days a week. And that's part of being a responsible and respectful hunter. And I think Maine has a strong tradition of that. So I think even though it's not written in statute that you need permission at this time, it is certainly strongly encouraged by the department. And I think a pretty strong piece of Maine's heritage in terms of hunting. So I think that is sort of, despite not being the law, is oftentimes in practice is the practical reality that hunters are encouraged to get permission regardless of not being required to under the law.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up?
Sure.
Lauren, you represent an organization. Your organization is fully behind this legislation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Senator Dill. That was Senator Black basically was asked the question I was after. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Anthony. Mr. Valashi. All right, we'll come back to him. Next is Edward Ainsworth.
Can you hear me okay, sir?
Yes.
All right. My name is Edward Ainsworth. I go by Chuck. I'm the president of the Maine chapter of the National Deer Association. We're based in Fort Fairfield. Right now we cover all of Aroostook County and parts south. I've also been a volunteer safety instructor with the Department of Inland Fisheries for over 5 years now. And the National Deer Association specifically is 100% in support of Sunday hunting. The National Deer Association, for those of you who are not familiar, was a merger of the Quality Deer Management Association and the National Deer Alliance last year. We represent over thousands of acres of carefully managed deer habitat and hundreds of members here in the state. It's a science-based approach to deer management, and we are strongly in support of Sunday hunting, basically based on a number of factors, including passing on this time-valued tradition to our children. Part of the position statement of the National Deer Association is that they look at it from a position of economic stimulus to rural communities, and that issue has been addressed here in the committee already. What LD 1033 truly represents is not just a hunters versus hikers debate. It is a thoughtful and timely compromise that lets both the landowners decide how they want their land used and when they want their land used. This is a chance to reward bipartisanship. This is a chance to reward land stewardship. This is a chance to continue to reward responsible hunters with the opportunity to pass on their honored traditions in a sustainable way. The issue was brought up, and I'm glad it was in the last with the last comment about that the department encourages responsible interactions with landowners. And that is the case. I've been teaching that in my classes for years, that you should absolutely get written permission from the landowners. It promotes a dialogue and a compromise and an understanding and an opportunity for education. This bill is a truly remarkable piece of legislation that brings together all the factors brings people together in a compromise that's sustainable for all. It's a wonderful bill. That looking deeper and deeper into it, I can't support it more fully, and the NDA supports it wholeheartedly. So with that said, I'm available for any questions, and it can be followed up if you need any comments or stats from our organization.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome, sir.
Back to Anthony, can you hear me? All right, we'll move over to Jacob.
Hi. Yes, so, well, I am not currently a resident of the state. I am a college student and have lived here for 4 years, studying and working in Fort Kent and down here in Orono as well. I've also lived in Ashland and Bingham. I'm an avid hunter, camper, and hiker, and I fully intend on staying in the state after graduation. And what I've noticed...
Would you introduce yourself, though, please?
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Yes, I'm Jacob Liskaner.
Okay.
Yeah. So, what I've noticed over the past few years is that not just in Maine, but in states all around the country, that the areas where hunters and hikers tend to utilize the most do not tend to have a whole lot of overlap. One of the things I've seen online a lot for people against the bill is due to increased risk for non-hunters and hikers who want to use the land. I'm also support both of the bills, and one suggestion I would like to make would be to make online database of sorts. So if a landowner wishes to give blanket permission to anyone for the entirety of the hunting season, that they can put their name into the database. That way it functions as a written permission of sorts. So that way, if a large landowner or company just wishes to provide the permission, they don't need to deal with the headache of giving out permission slips to everyone who comes to them. So if that makes sense.
Yep. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this morning. And we'll try Anthony one more time to see if he can get in. And he's being followed by Joel Vale, Joseph Mullen, and Ron Greco. Anthony, can you hear us? All right, we'll move on to Joel Vale.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Representatives, senators, members of the committee, thank you for taking time to hear from me. I know you're all busy, so I appreciate you taking the time to hear us out. So I'm a registered Maine guide, although I wear many hats. I think everybody in the state of Maine wears a lot of hats. It's part of our nature of working hard. And I am in support of LD 1033. I have for a long time wondered why it almost felt like we were penalized to be a hardworking society and be limited when we can go hunting to put food on the table for our families. And now I've got 3 kids. I got 2 little girls, and my son is a year and a half old. And ever since they came into my life, and of course those things change, I kept thinking I want to spend more time and teach them the things that I've learned. And being a guide, some of the best interactions I've had with friends, family, clients from all over the place was when they were explaining how it's hard to schedule things to do. They always have schedules and they have to compromise. And they said, well, if I go to New Hampshire or Vermont or whichever state that they normally go to, they say, well, how come we can't hunt on Sundays here? And I never really had a good answer for more than, well, that's just how it's been for a long time. I love the fact that bipartisan, there's a lot of people on both sides of how we look at it, trying to make this work, because at the end of the day, while hearing many arguments against it, people should do what they want with their own land. And this isn't about public land. This is about private land. So I, as a homeowner who has a small piece of property, have the ability to myself go out with my kids and hunt on a Sunday if I'm working very hard that week and can't do Wednesdays, Tuesdays, things of that nature. These are good bonding moments. These are things where families get to reconnect, where good stewards of our forest, whether they're professional guides or hunters or family who respect the land and do the right things, get to go out and share that knowledge, spend that time. I think everybody in here has watched the news, no matter what station you turn to, right? And we wonder what's going on in the world right now. And a lot of us feel that it's a disconnect in families. Families are working harder, they're working longer, they're spending less time together. And you wonder why, you look back a couple generations where they were so close-knit, where they did all these things together. So when I hear people say we should not be allowed to hunt in any form on Sundays, the reasons behind it have no basis to me. The data doesn't support what they're saying. I understand that emotions get attached to it. I understand that people have concerns, but I'm a veteran of the military. I've been around equipment of all shapes and sizes. I feel safe in the Maine woods. I feel safe with people that carry firearms. This state is amazing at what they do when it comes to education and protection. And while I feel that the emotion attached to guns in general is what tends to get brought over where people are afraid of firearms for some reason, I also think it's fair for legislation of any type to take that person's response and press it on other people. The old rationale.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Yes, sir. So I'm in support of LD 1033 because I think it's going to bring revenue to the state of Maine. It's going to help bring our families together. And I don't think there's risk involved like the opposition is saying.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Joseph Mullen.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, good morning, Chairman Dill, Chairman Landry, and honorable members of the Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My name is Joe Mullen. I'm from Grafton, Massachusetts. And I'm the Northeastern States Assistant Manager for the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. I appear before you this morning to express my strong support for LD 1033 and LD 1054. I've also submitted written testimony to the committee. I know that there are several Sunday hunting bills on the docket for today. We support them all. So I would just like to use my time to highlight some of the primary arguments for lifting the Sunday hunting prohibition. First, Sunday hunting authorizations would provide increased access for Maine's hunting community, especially for those who are unable to head afield during business days due to school, work, or extracurricular activities. I think something that we've touched upon throughout this whole conversation. As I refer to in my written testimony, a lack of access is regularly cited as the #1 reason over which policymakers have any control that lapsed hunters provide when asked why they decided to stop hunting. And I've raised this before this committee in the past, but hunter participation has been on a generally declining trend in Maine for the past 30 years. The state did see an uptick during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Sunday hunting authorizations would capitalize on this opportunity and pose to bring in more funding generated by the sale of hunting licenses, further allowing the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife to continue with its efforts. In 2020, Maine sportsmen and women generated over $25.5 million for conservation through the American System of Conservation Funding, a unique user pays public benefits structure that financially supports the department through revenue derived from license sales and excise taxes on sporting related goods. A lift on the Sunday hunting prohibition has the high likelihood of resulting in increased license sales and spending on sporting equipment that increases funding for the department. Senator Timberlake and Representative Hanley both did a fantastic job touching upon the benefits that Sunday hunting would provide for Maine's economy. Essentially, more time in state means more money spent at restaurants, hotels, gas stations, and general shopping. As a Massachusetts resident who enjoys hunting in Maine, I usually end up getting multiple tanks of gas, eating at different diners, and shopping at Kittery Trading Post, where I recently stopped to purchase a firearm. With the removal of Sunday hunting restrictions, sportsmen and women across the state would be able to enjoy additional days in pursuit of game, thus increasing opportunities. Finally, I'd like to highlight that lifting Sunday hunting restrictions has been a growing trend across the nation. Those who have offered Sunday hunting opportunities in some capacity include Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and West Virginia. Included within my testimony are letters from 3 of those states' departments, in which each of the instances, the states have not experienced issues with enforcement or conflicts between user groups, nor have there been reported negative impacts on wildlife populations. So
Can you
there's been
finish up in
some.
a sentence or two, please?
Absolutely, yes, thank you. I'd just like to reiterate my support for this legislation that would remove the Sunday hunting restrictions. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to try Anthony again. Anthony, can you unmute yourself and get in, or? All right, we'll move on to Ron Greco, followed by Daniel Waite, Claire Perry, and Jerry Vistine. So Ron Greco. Can you unmute yourself, sir? And
Sorry. Can you hear me all right?
we can. You were a little
Thank you for your
reverberation.
time.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate the efforts of the committee in listening to this bill. Fully support it. I'm Ron Greco. I run a group called Maine Hunters United for Sunday Hunting. It's a spin-off of a group that was Hunters United for Sunday Hunting out of Pennsylvania. We started this group just a hair over a year ago and already approaching 3,000 members, of basically members reaching out to us to join. We have done very little to look for people. We represent landowners, hundreds of guides, and we all stand for the same thing, is to remove the prohibition on Sunday hunting. I want to bring up a couple of key points. I know everyone's probably familiar or heard of the NECIC project, which in itself is largely touted as huge economic benefits for the state of Maine. Of this, one of their positives that they like to note is 1,600 jobs created for the creation of the project. I want to note that that is not equal to the amount of jobs expected to come from ending the prohibition of Sunday hunting, which is close to 1,900 and tens of millions of dollars annually. Not a 1 year, but annually. Those are huge numbers and largely in support of areas of the state of Maine that could greatly use the economic benefit. Secondly, I want to hit on how this impacts families, including my own. I'm sorry for rambling so much, but I am nervous as I am so passionate about this topic. I have 2 young daughters, both of which I try to get out into the woods with as much as possible. There's one. They go to school 5 days a week. And on the 6th day, typically Saturday, that's sports day. And most any of you that have had kids and been parents and done sports, that's the typical schedule. And Sunday is the only day that we would have to go out and spend family time together in the woods. And I'd really like to have that day, as many Mainers would. I don't think it's a good choice to have to choose between their education, what the values are that they learn in sports, teamwork, the physical benefit to their bodies. I think the sacrifice asked on parents is poor. I think it should be open to all. Furthermore, I want to touch on one thing in the department's notes. They had a concern about Sundays and regulations and enforcement. I want to note that I've been in contact with Pennsylvania, who just did their Sunday hunting prohibition end last year. They saw no additional.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two,
Sunday.
Mr. Greco? Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. North Carolina and Virginia, the same thing. I appreciate your time and fully support, and hope you will support LD 1033 or any of the other Sunday hunting bills on the docket.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Greco? Seeing none, we'll move over to Daniel Waite.
Hello? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
My name's Daniel Waite. I'm the president and founder of Operation Reboot Outdoors in Turner, Maine. Our main mission is to bring out veterans hunting and fishing. And Sunday hunting is a real thorn in our side, because we get a lot of veterans in Maine and around the country that want to come up for a full experience hunt. Some can only come on the weekends. And that means we usually have to turn them away, because that's only a 2-day hunt instead of a 3. And our goal is to pull veterans outside and help them through camaraderie and mentorship to help the healing process of war. When you go to war, you lose a lot of feeling. Well, some of the best feelings of my life have been through the outdoors, hunting and fishing, the first experience of harvesting a turkey or a deer. And that's what gives these guys and girls that come here, they feel like they get purpose again. They get another hobby to do instead of being stuck inside all day. And just like when we go to the VA give us a big pill case, and we have to take that medicine 7 days a week. Well, some of our medicine now is through the outdoors here in Maine and all across the country. And I think it's fair to ask that we get Sunday hunting back here in Maine and allow us the opportunity to bring out as many veteran LEOs and active service members as possible. And I'm in support of this bill. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Waite? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
I will try Anthony one more time. All right, we're going to switch over to opposed, and I will ask Claire Perry.
Hello, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and esteemed committee members. I'm Claire Perry, native Maine lifelong resident. I'm going to do something totally everyone tells me never to do, which is absolutely go right off script. I'm not going to read a thing. I just want to address some things that have been put out there. You'll have to tell me when my 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Okay. As far as this Sunday hunting law, no law is going to work for everybody. And I do feel badly for the people who are impacted by it, because they probably work in factories and they have to go by what they get for their schedules. But you can apply for vacation time. And, you know, when hunting season comes up, try to make that work. And I, you know, it's sad for the ones that can't, but this is something that is very, very controversial. If it passes, for me as a landowner who has been impacted by coyote dogs running all over my property at will, and I can't even keep them up because we don't have laws against that, that's going to be a heck of a mess. That's just one more day that, you know, that takes the one day away from me that I feel safe walking out in my woods. So I don't even think anybody really realizes that part of it. I do think that on a positive side for me as a property owner, if this goes through, because landowners have that right, you know, to do what they want to on their property when they want to do it, I support that. But I also think that what should follow would be the reverse posting. You know, we're a state that, we're one of the few states that doesn't have Sunday hunting. Well, we're also one of the few states where a complete stranger can walk right onto my property with a lethal firearm, even though I'm a hunter. I don't like that. And I have to post my land 100 feet of 100 acres all the way around it to legally get a conviction on him. So let's require that everybody that hunts gets permission from the private landowners. That would be super. and very, very fair. You know, in the ask first, I lived on that 100 acres for 30 years. I had one person ask me to hunt, and he was drunk. And, you know, and not all hunters are drunk, and there's many that ask, but that is really the God's honest truth, and it's really kind of funny, but not funny, because I never got asked. Nobody ever asked me. So I think that's it. So,
Okay, perfect timing. Are there any questions anyone has? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is, let's see, Jerry Vistine, followed by John Raymond, Ed Pino, and Don Kleiner.
Hi. Where am I?
Good morning, Jerry.
I'm getting there.
Okay, I can hear you.
I just want to show my face. I think that helps, doesn't it? I think start video, right? That's what we do. I'm going to try that. There I am. So this is an education, and I really appreciate it. So I want to stay really strict to the 3 minutes and get said what I want to say. Hey, so Senator Dale, Representative Landry, and committee members, honorable committee members. My name is Jerry Vistine, and I'm here today to express my lack of support for LD 1033 and LD 1054, having to do with allowing hunting on Sunday. I am a wildlife carnivore biologist and an ecologist here in Maine. I've traveled from Fort Kent down to the Berwicks and ever spent a lot of time with the people of Maine. So if I recall, and I want to add a couple things to mine after listening to all of you, which is educational. If I recall, it was 2 years ago that a bill similar to this came before the committee, attempting to make it legal to hunt on Sundays. Mainers from all backgrounds came out in force against it, and your committee killed it immediately. Mainers drew a line in the sand a long time ago, and they have a right to do it in their state and not compare with other states, and have repeatedly done so regarding attempts to take away their sense of peace and safety on just one day of the week, Sunday. So here we are again. And you know, these bills are no different than those that came before. Reason being that our Maine people know that the movement of hunting dogs and hunters from land with permission to land with no permission happens as easy as flipping a switch. I've been out there with the real people, and they recognize that, and therefore they see the danger, and they don't want to have to think about danger. The only result of this bill, if passed, could cause increased conflict between our Maine people who value their Sundays to be out safely on the landscape, and those individuals who are not content with hunting just 6 days of the week. And I feel that Maine landowners and our Maine people from all over the state are being treated like the bad guys here. And we need to stop and think about that. So, in addition, and it's interesting, no one brought this up. So I'm listening to all of you, and I'm hearing deer, hunting deer, hunting deer, hunting deer. Oh yes, I have friends who are deer hunters, really ethical, traditional deer hunters, and I support traditional hunting in Maine, to go out and hunt deer. However, I really believe that this is a form of a sinister effort to kill our Maine coyotes every day of the year.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
I'm almost time up, okay?
Time is up.
Okay, and so I just want to share with that. And so I suggest this committee not open a Pandora's box. I think some good thoughts were communicated here. So our legislators have consistently supported the will of our people who they represent and serve. And you need to listen to all the people of Maine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Again, thank you for your testimony this morning. Next is John Raymond.
Thank you, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, the Honorable IFW Committee. I'm today representing ATV Maine. We've been following this bill, and because of our close relationship with landowners and trying to keep them happy, we feel that this bill, that we can't support this bill. We support hunting, we support getting out in the woods, but this bill is a bill that it could be a slippery slope, and I think that's what a lot of landowners are feeling, that we get this now for people that allow it with a written permission, that down the road, the next thing will be, well, everybody will be able to hunt on Sunday. And Tom Dote from Swarm has done many of at our local and our annual banquet. He's spoken many times. And I've heard it today here already that they love their land. They enjoy sharing it with others, but they like to have one day a week that they can go out in the woods and take a walk and not worried about being shot at. And I understand that what is being said here today about, well, it's going to be on the persons that allows it to go on their land. Well, as we all know, that you get out in the woods, the boundaries aren't all out there. So I think it's going to cause more problems than what it's going to help. So in short, I'd just like to say that we do not support this bill. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be ready to answer them.
Representative Hepler.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Raymond. I missed what organization you're part of.
I am the Vice President of ATV Maine.
Thanks.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying. Can you tell me, was this a Board of Directors vote, or did you poll your complete membership?
This is a Board of Directors vote.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is, yep, next is Ed Pino.
Senator Dill, Representative Landry. I am Ed Pino, a representative of Vassalboro, members of the committee. Here today representing ATV Maine. Just wanted to give you some of how we got where we got, especially, to answer Senator Black's question. ATV Maine's a unified voice for safe and responsible use. We have clubs from Lebanon to Fort Kent, Flagstaff to Calais, and our members represent the four corners of the state and in between. 95% of our trails plus are on private land. That's why we will, and only on the goodwill of the landowners, has this sport increased the way it has. We support the landowner's position on opposing Sunday hunting. We don't oppose hunting, but we do oppose the landowner's position. We think their arguments that you're going to hear later are very strong. One of our fears is why the Board of Directors voted the way they did was because if in fact there is recourse from some landowners because of this, and that's what we're hearing, then we lose trails. It's that simple. So it is connected to us. And we are a $750 million a year enterprise right now and growing. So that's our position, and that's why they asked us to speak on this at this hearing today and for the other Sunday hunting bills too. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Don Kleiner, followed by Julianne Smith, Tom Doak, and Tyler Brown.
Good morning, Senator Dill, distinguished members of the committee. I'm Don Kleiner. I live in Union, here representing the Maine Professional Guides Association. to me, this conversation is really more about what the landowners are willing to provide. Remember when we met, you have my written testimony, I'm not going to read it. At the first meeting, I talked about how different the North American conservation model was. And one of the significant differences is the ownership of the wildlife is separate from the ownership of the land, which is completely different than in Europe, where our forebears came from. Because of that, to take advantage of the resources that we all own, we are the guests of the landowners and rely on their goodwill to access our resource. Converting the current open access system that we enjoy, 94% or whatever it is, privately owned land, where essentially you can go anywhere and hunt as long as it's not posted, and giving that system up for written permission, which is essentially what Claire Perry said, reverse posting, seems to us to fly in the face of what Maine is. I would also point out, and this is particular to my membership, that especially in waterfowl seasons, adding Sundays will in fact lessen business opportunity because the season will be shorter and more condensed, and the opportunity to sell days will not be as great. So there is a loss here. Aside from that, I think we're just generally opposed to Sunday hunting, primarily because we consider ourselves the guests of the landowners, and the landowners have been very clear that they do not want Sunday hunting at this time, and we will stand with them pretty much every opportunity we get. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Don, for being here. I've got a couple of questions. Would you be able to provide us with documentation of landowners in opposition to this? Because I myself am a landowner. A lot of the people testified today are landowners, and I don't have contact with landowners that are opposed to it. The landowners I'm talking to feel that this is a right that they deserve and should be able to benefit from. So could you provide us documentation where the guide service is getting their information that landowners is opposed to this?
I can tell you quite simply, Mr. Doak, who will follow me, and I believe Patrick Strauch of the Forest Products Council will both provide information on their memberships.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
And the position of the main guide service, is that a board of directors, or did you poll all your guides?
That's a board of directors decision.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to, thank you. The testimony will move on to Julianne Smith.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My name is Julianne Smith, and I am the Executive Director of Maine Farm Bureau Association, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We have represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine since 1951, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today. The state of Maine has 23 million acres of land. About 90% of Maine's land is privately owned. State owns 8.7%, the federal government 1.8%. Excuse me. Our land diversity, our thickly wooded forests, our extensive crop fields, our mountains, our rocky coastline, and even our small desert is what attracts millions of tourists to visit each year and inspires many others to become residents or remain lifetime citizens. Our open land tradition is unique to our state and has huge economic implications, especially for the state's hunting industry. The opportunity for residents and visitors to use private land for recreation is not only economically significant, it is culturally significant as well. But our open land tradition is beginning to erode. In recent years, there has been a substantial increase in land posting, largely in response to abuses by the public. Many organizations have been formed to try to protect and preserve land for continued public access, but more needs to be done if Maine's open land tradition is going to continue. The proposed bills are likely the death knell for Maine's open land tradition.
Maine's farmers have graciously shared their land with hunters, trappers, skiers, snowshoers, snowmobilers, ATV riders, horseback riders, hikers, and any member of the public wishing to respectfully use our fields and forests. Sharing this land requires work, as it often means reminding users of boundaries and appropriate use of the land. Sometimes it requires repairing damage caused by a recreational user. Farmers have agreed to this additional work and the sharing of our land, but in return, we have asked for 1 day per week that would allow us to be in the backfields with our livestock without needing to be on guard. We ask for 1 day of rest without disruption. If the agreement between the farmers and the public were to change to allow for Sunday hunting in any form, the state of Maine would lose the 1.3 million acres of farmland that many hunters currently enjoy. Farmers do not want to have a knock on their door on Sunday morning asking them to write a note for someone to use their land. It is not a simple request, as the farmer would have to describe in detail the property lines. Would the farmer be responsible for checking the requester's hunting permit? Would the farmer be held responsible if the hunter strayed onto an abutting property? How would hikers and other recreators know which land was being used by hunters and not safe? These bills would put farmers in the position of having to actively deny hunters use of their land on Sunday, but allow hunting on the other 6 days of the week. The simple solution for farmers is to post their land and put a sign on the front door telling hunters not to ask for permission. Instead of gaining 1 additional day of hunting, hunters will lose all opportunity on agricultural land. As housing lots increase in our state, the use of farmland for hunting becomes more critical. To lose access to farmland would significantly damage our hunting industry, our recreational industry, and our cultural heritage. Maine's farmers respectfully ask you to oppose LDs 1033 and 1054. We are deeply concerned about the significant burden it will place on our game wardens for enforcement, the confusion of having permissive exclusions from existing law, and the danger it may pose to farmers when hunters don't follow the law. I thank you for your time and service to the people of Maine, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for your testimony. Is this a board decision, or did you poll the farmers?
We do both. So we are a grassroots organization. So our membership consists of farmers and only active farmers. So people who are who earn more than 50% of their income from agriculture directly. And so only those members who are agricultural producers are allowed to vote. We establish policies based on what the farmers want. We do that in a couple different ways. We have an annual meeting each year where the farmers vote on what they want as policy. And then we have a legislative committee that reviews all of the bills that come before the legislature and use those policies to determine our position.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Do you have any information that you could give the committee on this polling and what you've done to come to this decision?
I'm not sure. I mean, we have a very, very large membership base. And so those are the people that have voted. I mean, this has been a policy of Maine Farm Bureau for decades.
Okay.
So our members have continued to support having a policy in place that our organization will oppose Sunday hunting in all forms.
Okay. Do you have, can you supply the yays and nays? How many are against and how many are for? Can you do that?
The only nay that I'm aware of is Senator Timberlake.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Julie, for being here and also being a member of your organization and having been a member of your organization for 30 years or more. I know the process of how these you have come to this decision, which is you call it a grassroots vote, but in a sense, most farmers don't, correct me if I'm wrong, don't have much contact except at a few annual meetings, and then the political action group makes the decision what goes forward. Am I correct in saying that?
Well, we do. We have the opportunity, each county chapter has an annual meeting, and any member at that time is welcome to present a resolution That resolution is then voted on at the annual meeting, which every single member is welcome to attend. So, I mean, everyone has an opportunity to have their voice heard multiple times throughout the year.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
No, just kidding.
Julie, as I talk to the membership in Franklin County, most of them don't even know Sunday hunting bill is out there, and they don't even know what the question is, or whether it would be up to them to allow hunting or not. Is that the way it is over most of the state of Maine?
I don't believe so. I mean, we send out weekly information to our membership. We let them know what bills are being heard. We let them know what position our legislative committee has voted to take on each of the bills. So I can't speak to other counties having similar experiences.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
Next is Tom Doak.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the committee. My name is Tom Doak. I'm Executive Director of the Mainwood Landowners. This is the 35th time in the last 45 years Sunday hunting proposals have been before the legislature, including each of the issues in the 3 bills that you're considering today. There is no single issue that will change the relationship and the dynamic between landowners, land users, particularly hunters, than Sunday hunting. Let's be clear, there is no state in this country that has greater access to private land than in the state of Maine. And that's not just for hunting. In most states, you do not go on someone's land without their permission. You certainly don't hunt on their land without permission any day of the week, not in Maine. The majority of landowners allow the land and keep it open for hunting for 2 reasons. They believe it's the right thing to do in the tradition in Maine, and they know they have 1 day a week to fully enjoy their property. It's important to notice that the major opposition to Sunday hunting is not people opposed to hunting, it's landowners and farmers who provide the access to hunters. Let's look in the last 45 years, as people have tried to force landowners to open their land on Sunday, let's look at what landowners have provided in addition to hunters. So in the last few years, here are the increase in hunting opportunities that landowners, private landowners, have allowed and supported for hunters. Spring and fall turkey, muzzleloading hunting, expanded muzzleloading hunting, youth days, archery season, expanded archery season, hunting with a crossbow, bonus deer, Maine resident only hunting, southern Maine moose hunt, and night hunting for coyotes. All of it's occurring on private land. All of it's occurring without any requirement of permission. The landowners have supported this expansion. In addition, we have the largest snowmobile trail network east of the Mississippi based on private lands, 14,000 miles of snowmobile trails. And 6,000, I think it may be the largest snowmobile trail system on private land in the country. It is the largest system east of the Mississippi. And 6,000 miles of ATV trails based on private access to private ownership with no benefit to landowners. So it gets so landowners have a hard time understanding, after providing all these extra opportunities and the basis for most of the outdoor recreational opportunities in Maine for free, that they have to face these Sunday hunting bills year after year after year. You heard that landowners, people were worried about, they have many hunters work on Saturday or something, and so they don't have a chance. Just the same number of private landowners would have that same conflict and want Sunday to enjoy their property. I have in my testimony a bunch of the different ideas. The strategy has always been try to get something on the books and work from there. Because the original proposals to just outright ban repeal Sunday hunting was never going to pass. So there's a long list of different ideas in my testimony. It's interesting that 1033 and 554 talk about written permission. We have always heard from the hunting community that is the thing they do not want. That's the thing they're most afraid of. If the landowners require a hunting written permission, that will really impact hunting. That's what we've heard all along. It's interesting to call it a landowner right to require permission on Sunday, I'm assuming those same people would consider it a landowner right then on Saturday. And so if it's a landowner right to make the decision who can go on your land, and have to have written permission on Sunday, why wouldn't it be a landowner right every day of the week? It's interesting, this bill also gives landowners special access to game. In Maine, we have a long tradition, everybody kind of has equal access. Well, here you're talking about creating something that says landowners will have more access to game than the average hunter. It's something that's non-usual in Maine. And then the other thing in Maine is, in many states, there's people buy hunting rights from landowners. That's pretty common. It doesn't work in Maine because there's a tradition that it's not a tradition, but also there's so much open private land that it's not saleable. But what you're talking about when you start requiring permission, you're going to start limiting the supply of land available and start actually making land available, make it possible, frankly, to sell hunting rights. So you're kind of advantaging a landowner or people that can afford to buy the hunting rights. It's at the expense of some hunters. It may be good for some landowners, but it may not be the right thing for hunters. I don't know how much time I have left, but
your time is actually up.
All right. I have some more points, but I'll use it on the next bill.
Are there any questions? Seeing none. Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you. I was looking for the raise hand function, so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Doak. I don't know if this is a question you can answer, but do you know what the percentage of Maine population are hunters?
I do not know. I'm sure the department knows.
Okay.
I do have that reminded me though, I do have relating to the Maine people, we were talking about polls, and I will provide the department with a poll, Sunday hunting poll that was done a few years ago, asking the public what they thought of Sunday hunting. And 75% of them opposed Sunday hunting. So I've got that poll and I'll share that with the department, with the committee.
Thank you.
Senator Curry.
Since this is, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this has come up on previous testimony, I'll ask it. Are you fully authorized based on the bylaws of your organization and processes to represent the interest of your members?
Absolutely. We've had 35 different polls over 45 years in dealing with this issue. So we hear from our members all the time on this issue. Probably more than any single issue.
Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tom, for being here. Is that polls of your membership?
We have, well, Senator, as you know, we have been at this for years and years, and we hear from our members all the time. I mean, it is very, very, very clear that the vast majority of people oppose it. Far more people don't understand why we haven't advocated for requiring permission every day of the week to go hunting, because they're having a hard time understanding why someone can go on their land with a firearm without their permission. And that's the way it is in Maine, but far more people talk about that.
Well, you don't have a recent poll on your membership.
We don't have an individual poll of our membership.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Tyler Brown, followed by Patrick Strout and John Simoneau. Go ahead, Tyler.
Is everybody able to hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I apologize. My video is not working at this point. So again, dear Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Committee of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, my name is Tyler Brown. I am testifying today in opposition of LD 1033 and 1054, which would open all 52 Sundays to hunting. I appreciate your time. As a hunter, I know Maine enjoys a rich hunting opportunities throughout the year. Our implied permissions structure is unique in how much land it allows access to for outdoor recreation participants. That permission also pertains to hunting. Already under our law, resident and non-resident hunters alike can enjoy access to millions of acres of land unless it's posted. As a third-generation land steward of attractive land in central Maine, I understand the process involved posting one's land. Portions of our property is posted as it is a working forest, and due to annual hunter encroachment, we posted the property as a safety precaution. Posting the land requires the boundary to be accurately surveyed, as tax maps and even GPS apps of these modern days are more commonly wrong than they are accurate. Coupled with the cost of posts, signs, and paint, the annual maintenance to clear the line of brush and obstruction, posting is a costly and time-consuming endeavor. Many landowners forgo this process as they are happy to share their property with others, including hunters, as they can currently enjoy the land 1 day a week free of hunting pressure. LD 1033 would create, and 1054 would create 2 sets of laws for the same activity, asking permission to hunt for 1 day a week while the other 6 do not require landowner permission. This creates a confusing double standard. The legislation places the burden of enforcement on the landowner. It would require them to survey and mark the boundary of their property in order to prevent hunter encroachment through either ignorance or arrogance, and ensure prosecution of those that do cross over the property line to prevent claims by trespassers that they did not see the boundary. This legislation will require non-hunting landowners and recreationists to wear blaze orange 7 days a week on their own land during firearms season as a precaution. Even if landowners do not allow hunting on their land, should an adjacent landowner allow it, there will be risk and precautions will be needed. The rising number in both deer harvest and hunter participation show an interest in hunting, and their success rates are growing. During the 2020 season alone, hunters harvested 33,127 deer, the highest number we have seen since 2002. Hunter participation grew in 2020 with 8.2% more licenses issued, and hunters by average spent an extra day in the field. In response to Representative Hepler's question, 9.74% of Maine's population are hunters. LD 1033 could lead to fewer hunting opportunities through the creation of more posted land, including the millions of acres owned by timber management companies. They could endanger the sustainability of Maine's wildlife herd through increased harvests and potential lower bag limits and shortened Maine seasons. I hope you will not recommend this legislation be forwarded to the legislature as it is written, as it risks long-term opportunity for short-term gains and is a bad policy for Maine. LD 1033 and 1054 will severely hinder the great strides hunters have made in the last decade with landowner relations, success rates, and the growing hunting population, and only damage the delicate balance of implied permission. Thank you very much for your time. I'll take any questions.
Great timing. Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Patrick Strout.
Well, thank you, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and distinguished members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I'm Patrick Strout from Exeter, Maine, and I represent the Maine Forest Products Council. We have about 350 member companies. And we're part of the economy that's about $8 billion in economic contribution to the state and more than 33,000 direct and indirect jobs. So we know something about working Mainers and rural communities. We're intimately involved with working, and they're part of our business. I also represent about 8 million acres of commercial forest land in Maine. We've been talking about this bill in our weekly policy calls, and I actually had a landowner committee this week to confirm our position and to review this testimony. So we are opposed to LD 1033 and 1054. We think we're losing sight of what we do have, which is, I can speak to the unorganized territory, as well as we have a lot of small landowners too. But that unorganized territory provides a multitude of recreational experiences, particularly witnessed during the pandemic. Lots of people were moving into those areas. We have, we'll talk about ATVs a little bit later today, but there's everything for everybody to do in that country. And we think it's reasonable for us to maintain a unified policy throughout the state. There's no difference between the rights of large and small landowners. So we're very cautious about thinking about those kinds of landowners differently. But our position is we're glad to keep this unique partnership we have in Maine intact. It's worked well for us. And this partnership with the public is important to us as well. But we're opposed to Sunday hunting as a state policy, and would be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Representative Terrio.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Patrick, for testifying today. Just curious, what is the percentage of your forestry land owners that are actually getting large tax breaks from the state for owning that land? I mean, tree growth and things like that, they're actually benefiting by owning these large tracts of land.
Yeah, I guess I would respectfully, tree growth is an interesting topic. It's not a tax break. You'll find it's what we do with fishermen on the waterfront. It's what we do with ag farmers. If you want to tax that land based on its ad valorem value, then you'd be seeing a lot more development in the North Maine woods. So it's based on its ability to grow trees, and it's the right and appropriate tax for that region. So
I own tree growth land. I own 100 acres up north. It's all in tree growth. So I am very, very aware of what tree growth is.
Yep.
That wasn't my question. How many of your constituents are taking advantage of the tax breaks that Maine is giving them? That's
what I was saying. It's not a tax break. It's the appropriate tax, and I think most of them are taking advantage of tree growth because that's what they do with their land, is grow trees.
Yeah, just like I do. I grow trees, but that's a tax break.
Point of order.
Yep, that's fine.
Yep.
Are we off subject here, Mr. Chair?
I think we just stopped. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is John Simino.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, esteemed members of the Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I'm John Simino. I'm a resident of Durham, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the New England chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. BHA seeks to ensure North America's outdoor heritage of hunting and fishing in a natural setting by supporting land conservation, public access to hunting and fishing, fair chase, and the sound management of wildlife and habitat. On behalf of BHA's members, we're testifying neither for nor against LD 1033 and 1054. We'd like to briefly discuss some of the reasons why some forms of Sunday hunting make sense and our recommendations for a path forward. Public access and opportunities for hunters and anglers are a core issue for BHA. Sunday hunting in Maine directly relates to these tenets. Adding Sundays to the hunting season would increase opportunities for working age and youth hunters to become engaged in hunting and conservation. We understand that roughly 94% of Maine's forest land is privately owned, and more than half of that land does allow public access for recreation. We recognize that groups representing private landowners have indicated Sunday hunting may result in a reduction of land area open to traditional public access for recreation, and we are very concerned about this potential loss of public access. 10 states have eliminated or loosened restrictions for Sunday hunting, leaving Maine as one of the only 2 states in the U.S. that does not allow Sunday hunting. Lack of opportunity is often cited as a reason for many hunters to give up, and adding Sundays would increase opportunity. Multiple studies have shown that if Sunday hunting restrictions were eliminated, more hunters would have been recruited and retained. The New England chapter encourages the committee to seek the information on the impact of Sunday hunting on harvest rates and season lengths. Currently, Maine hunters are fortunate to have a long, regular firearm season of 25 days. This is the same length as New Hampshire and longer than other New England states. Because New Hampshire allows Sunday hunting, it has a total of 10 weekend days and holidays during the firearm season, whereas Maine has 7. In contrast, Vermont, which allows Sunday hunting, has the same number of weekend days and holidays as Maine, but a season length of only 16 days. In southern New England, firearm seasons are much shorter and may only last from 2 to 6 days of weekend or holiday hunting. Allowing Sunday hunting in Maine's current 4-week firearm season would add 5 weekend days to the current season. This could cost the department to issue fewer permits for antlerless deer. Another consideration is Maine's long custom of open access to the northern timberlands, a tradition that is almost non-existent outside of New England. And woodland owners and farmers have often granted verbal permission. With over 90% of Maine's forest land and 100% of the farmland privately owned, the vast majority of Maine hunters do rely on this access for private land hunting. And while this bill would allow Sunday hunting on private land with written permission, both owners of large and small properties could be burdened with a large number of requests and tracking those permissions. We urge the committee to consider those impacts on private landowners and seek modifications of the bill that might mitigate some of these concerns. Recreational users and non-hunters are also testifying against Sunday hunting because they prefer the one day of the week during the regular deer season where there are no guns in the woods. Although the number of hunting accidents has declined significantly after hunter safety programs are required, accidents affecting non-hunters are very rare. Even one is not acceptable. While the safety discussion usually focuses on firearm season for deer, Maine's expanded archery, spring and fall turkey, small game seasons are less controversial in regards to safety. These seasons should be considered for Sunday hunting by the committee.
Can you finish up on sentence or two, please?
All right, sorry. As a path forward, we encourage the committee to charge the department to work on identifying Sunday hunting opportunities and would be happy to participate in a working group on this issue that would include the department, landowners, recreationals, and other hunting groups.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Simoneau? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And Linda, that's all I have on my list. All right, I will close the hearings on LD 1033 and 1054. I think what we'll do is I will ask show of hands. I would like to finish this one. I think we got one more to do, which is on Sunday hunting. I have 10 people lined up. It's noontime, basically. I thought maybe we could do this one and then we'll break for lunch if that's suitable with everybody. And that way we'll finish up the Sunday hunting. All right, good. Thank you. All right, then I will open up the public hearing on LD 1212, an act to allow Sunday hunting north of US Route 2 from the New Hampshire border to Bangor, north of Route 9 from Bangor to the Canadian border, and within that portion of the White Mountain National Forest inside the state. And with that, Representative Ordway.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and my colleagues on the Inland Fisheries Committee. Here to introduce 1212 and try to be brief. The several reasons I've proposed this bill the way it is. The other two bills I didn't know were coming when I proposed this, and I don't think they interact that much. But I'm looking at the economic impact that this antiquated blue law has on the state of Maine. Sporting camps, stores, gas stations are all losing out because hunters are going elsewhere. We see declining numbers every year, declining numbers of hunters choosing to go elsewhere. I myself buy a New Hampshire license so that I can hunt in New Hampshire on Sundays. Just allowing I think the way I wrote the bill in the northern half of the state, and I know it's not proportional area-wise, but I think population-wise it might be. I think the vast majority of the opposition to Sunday hunting comes from the southern portions of the state. And they have that opposition has a huge impact on our friends to the north. So the economic impact is part of it. The antiquated blue laws, and I'll end on, like I said, I'll be brief, but another big thing, and we hear about Sunday hunting, is somebody that has to work 6 days a week and allowing them an opportunity to get out into the woods. When we don't allow that person the opportunity to get out into the woods, mother or father, they're not taking their kids out. And we're seeing a tremendous lack of young people getting involved in hunting and fishing. I think that given the opportunity to get their kids out into the woods would have a tremendous impact. So we're not only affecting the guy that goes to work, we're affecting the future of this sport. So I don't know, I'll answer any questions I can. I know it's controversial, but I think it's high time that we really end these antiquated blue laws. You know, one of two states that doesn't. Let's not be like Massachusetts anymore. I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Representative Ordway? Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Representative Ordway. I guess my question comes out of lack of knowledge. Can you currently hunt in any portion of the White Mountain National Forest?
Yes, any portion. And I put the White National Forest in this bill because it's federally owned. Everybody owns that land. And you could hunt right up to the main border in the White Mountain National Forest in New Hampshire, right up to the border, and then you have to stop. No distinguishing to it. So yes, you can hunt in the White Mountain National Forest. It is very common that a lot of folks hunt in the White Mountain National Forest on Saturdays and all through the week.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to Jim Connolly. Thank you, Representative.
There's my thing. Okay, good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I am Jim Conley, Resource Management Director for Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking in opposition to LD 1212. Our testimony is the same on all three bills, but this bill adds a new wrinkle and complexity that I'll just cover quickly. We would also point out that establishing a zone line for this purpose in a populated area of the state will result in conflicts with landowners and sportsmen as individuals cross the road or go to an adjacent town to take advantage of the additional hunting opportunity. This occurs in the situation this bill would create, where there isn't any opportunity afforded in one place and it is offered nearby. This is different from varying bag limits in adjoining WMDs, where opportunity exists in either place and there is less incentive to move to an unfamiliar area. In the early days of restricting the harvest of antlerless deer, a similar north-south split was instituted, not in this line, but in the same vein, and did create a movement of hunters to areas they didn't normally hunt, and conflicts with landowners resulted. This was done away with, and eventually the current antlerless permit system was instituted. So that would be the addition that's incorporated into our written testimony that's provided. And we had all of the other same concerns and comments as well. I'd be glad to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is John Simino, followed by David Trahan and Claire Perry.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, esteemed members of the Committee on the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I'm John Simino, a Maine resident, speaking on behalf of the New England chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. On behalf of Maine's members, we're testifying in support of LD 1212. However, to avoid concerns of landowners in broader communities in more developed areas, we propose the bill be amended to allow Sunday hunting in unorganized territories and in the White Mountain National Forest. Sunday hunting in the northern Maine and in the White Mountain National Forest will have important economic benefits because many more hunters would travel to those areas if both weekend days were open for hunting. Gateway communities would benefit from Sunday hunting when hunters purchase ammunition, hunting supplies, food, fuel, plus the opportunities for additional services by guides, lodges, sporting camps, and others in the hunting industry. Sunday hunting in the unorganized territories would avoid the concerns raised by private landowners and recreation groups. Groups such as the Farm Bureau and the Maine Woodlot Owners Association are opposed to Sunday hunting, but the membership in those organizations are primarily located in organized townships. By amending this bill to allow Sunday hunting in unorganized territories in White Mountain National Forest, the concerns of small woodlot owners and farmers would be addressed. Likewise, the large ownership and limited number of hiking trails means the potential conflict between hunters and other user groups would be very low. In sum, Allowing Sunday hunting in unorganized territories in the White Mountain National Forest would avoid concerns raised by private landowners and recreational groups, while providing resident and non-resident hunters with opportunity to access Maine's more remote hunting areas to create economic benefits to northern communities and gateway towns and help increase hunter recruitment and retention. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Next is David Trahan.
The Honorable Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. My name is David Trahan. I'm testifying in support of LD 1212, an act to allow Sunday hunting north of US Route 2 from the New Hampshire border to Bangor, north of Route 9 from Bangor to the Canadian border, and within the portion of the White Mountain National Forest inside the state. Every year we survey our members and they consistently poll in support of Sunday hunting. Although the numbers are not overwhelming, they are a strong majority. For that reason, we testify in support of Sunday hunting. If there is support within the committee for some version of Sunday hunting, we stand ready to assist in establishing a policy that fits the state of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none, next is Claire Perry, followed by Jerry Vistine, John Glauer, and Patrick Strout.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and committee members. I'm here to oppose this bill. The Maine North Woods is a popular destination spot for people who wish to experience the deep peace and quiet of remote wilderness. These late spring, summer, and early fall visitors do not come for the hunting experience, nor do they want to hear or see it, just the opposite. They wish to view Maine's wildlife, and that is not more right or more wrong than hunting. It's just simply different. I don't believe there's any unique reason why this area of the state needs to have an exception made. To me, it's clearly a want rather than a need. And 1 day a week of peace for the wildlife and for the people is not too much to ask. It is, after all, a tradition. The longstanding tradition of hunting is not impacted by setting aside 1 day for that kind of peace and quiet. Let's see, I think, my last testimony, I covered about everything else. The thing that I experience myself as a landowner and a former hunter who's not opposed to hunting, but have had 20 plus years of the horrific experience of having hunting hound dogs that are chasing, in my instance, coyotes, running at large all over the place. And they run for hours and hours. They can run all day on one coyote. And they can do it every single day of the year but Sunday. And they can do this all year round. That's just plain flat out dangerous for people who are trying to have, that peaceful experience up north in the Maine woods during the times when every other animal is not hunted. But please know this is happening. It's something I hope we will get to address in the near future here. It's very serious and it's very dangerous. And so that's my take on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next is John Glower.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All righty. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Glower. I live in South China. First of all, I would remind folks that I'm testifying in opposition to LDs 1033, 1054, and 1212. First of all, I would remind folks that hunting is not a right. It is a privilege. that wildlife do not belong to those who own the land. And if you want to talk economic impact, wildlife watching generates $1.3 billion with a B in economic activity in the state of Maine every year. It dwarfs hunting and fishing combined. These bills are just the latest attempts of many to get a foot in the Sunday hunting door. What part of no do the proponents of these bills not understand? 2 of the bills would allow Sunday hunting on someone's own land or with the written permission of the landowner. Why should that make any difference? Presumably, these same proponents would not have any problem if written permission was required for all hunting. Bullets don't stop at boundary lines, and neither do hunting dogs. Speaking of boundary lines, unless the boundaries are clearly marked, could it be possible that a hunter would accidentally hunt where he or she is not allowed? What about retrieving a dead or wounded animal that crosses a property boundary? Hunting is already allowed 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Maine's people and Maine's wildlife need and deserve 1 day of rest and respite from the threat of being shot. Make no mistake, this bill and the 2 that preceded it are anti-hunting bills. I look forward to the mass posting of private property if any of these bills is approved by the legislature. If this occurs, it will be the single biggest victory that anti-hunters have ever achieved. And I would close by proposing that these 3 bills be amended to amend Maine's Constitution to include the provision to keep Sundays forever hunt-free. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Patrick Strout, followed by Julianne Smith and Tom Doak.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill and Representative Landry and members of the committee. Patrick Strout again from the Maine Forest Products Council. I think I spoke a lot about our issues last time, but in this particular bill, I appreciate Representative Ordway putting it forward. It's always on the minds of everybody, but I think we're concerned about creating the 2 Maines. That has not served us well in the past. I can cite examples of where it costs large landowners a lot more to do business in Maine because we separate our state into 2 sections. Again, I think we need to celebrate what we have and the relationships we have. And if the legislature finds it as acceptable to force this on a particular set of landowners, then I think that changes the partnership that we're all working towards. And be glad to talk more about it and help you understand the landowner concern about this kind of action. But we're more than willing to share our land. This particular policy issue is limited to 6 days a week. But thank you very much. And like I say, I'd be glad to answer your questions and continue the conversation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Julianne Smith.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for allowing me to speak to you. My name is Julianne Smith. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association. And for the same reasons stated earlier, Maine Farm Bureau Association does oppose this bill. We are opposed to Sunday hunting, period. We feel that this is an issue that our farmers feel very strongly about. We do have a legislative committee that meets on a weekly basis. We discuss this. Any single member of Maine Farm Bureau is welcome to be part of that legislative committee, be part of that discussion. And the only person on our legislative committee that voiced any concern about opposing this bill was Senator Timberlake's brother, Peter Ricker. So we feel strongly that farmers very clearly have stated over and over that they do not want Sunday hunting in any form, and we would ask you to oppose this bill. I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. And next is Tom Doak.
You, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the committee. I am Tom Doak, Executive Director of the Maine Wood Landowners. We are opposing this bill for many of the same reasons. This opens up 2/3 of the state to unrestricted Sunday hunting. There's thousands of landowners involved here. And we just don't think you should be forcing Sunday hunting onto one group of landowners. So we oppose this bill. I want to, this bill and others are trying to fix something that's not broken. You're left with the impression that hunting is very limited in Maine. There are 313 days of hunting in the state of Maine. You can hunt something 313 days, and then including many nights. So this is not limited. Deer hunting, if you count archery season, it starts in September and for deer, and it runs through the middle of December with muzzle loading. So you've got whatever that is, September, October, November, December. You're deer hunting in 4 different months in the state of Maine. So there's 300 hunting days, 313 days where nobody has to get permission from a landowner to access their land, to hunt. And 313 days to fit in hunting that works for people. There's a framework of 313 days. We have always supported the idea of expanding opportunities. Leave those days of Sunday alone. That's the day we know nobody's going to be there. That's the day everybody feels comfortable. They know they can share, that they can keep their land, they can enjoy their land fully. The other 313 days, go at it. Go ahead. Do what you want to do. We're different in Maine, and that's true. And it's been pointed out. There's no place in this country where there's access to private land like there is in the state of Maine. Hunting is available to everyone, not just hunters and people that can afford to buy hunting rights. You can hike and walk and bike and snowmobile without any permission. We have the largest snowmobile trail system in the east of the Mississippi, and all these miles of ATV trails. And the entire outdoor economy is based on this free access to private landowners, which receive no benefit for allowing public access, but they do it. And the landowners have continually supported all these expansions of hunting. So to me, this is a huge success, and that we should be celebrating that and saying, okay, why is this not enough? That's the challenge for landowners, frankly, to understand. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, that's all I have on my list. Is that correct, Linda? Yep. All right, I will close the hearing on LD 1212, and we'll take a break for lunch. It's 12:28. Why don't we start back at 1 o'clock? That'll give us 32 minutes if that is sufficient. And see you all at 1.
Are we having fun yet, Linda?
We're having a blast. All the time, always.
Jim's putting us through our work audit today.
Don't forget we're on air, guys.
When's the lab gonna start working on bees?
In what way?
Well, you know, send up some bees like you do the lab down in Virginia, is it? And
Yeah.
check them for mites and
stuff. We
Yeah.
haven't. We've had some minor discussions about that, but
I'd support that, boy.
yeah,
Yeah, be a big
there's a
help.
lot of things that people are asking us to do that we're trying to wrap our heads around.
I bet. Yeah, good.
How many hives do you have, Peter?
About 150.
Wow.
You want one?
I've got three dead ones.
Yeah, I sell packages and nukes. I sold nukes this month because I winted them all over in a building. Tried something.
really?
different. Yeah, I tried something different.
They held up pretty good, huh?
I lost one. I'd say I put 40 nukes in. I lost one, and I put 140, 50 hives in. And I lost two.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun.
You just lock them up for the winter?
Well, you know, I had to have ventilation, circulation, you know, total darkness. Tried to maintain a 39-degree temperature.
Huh. Do they do cleansing flights?
No, totally. They stay for 4 months right in the ball in the middle of the hive, and that's all they did.
Wow.
But let me tell you, when I brought them out, the house was covered. They really had to go.
I can imagine.
That was fun.
Like to see that sometime.
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to balance, you know, the air intake for the carbon monoxide that they put. You know, the biggest thing is cooling it down because there's so many in there. You know,
Yeah.
They put off body heat, tremendous amount of heat.
Did you have to heat the building they were in?
I
Or-
did because it wasn't completely full, but a friend of mine, Jim Lebrecht, we took a heat pump and tricked it to come on at 38 and go off at 40.
Ah,
And, you know, at those 10 below zero nights that, you know, we had cold air coming in and you couldn't quite maintain it, the heat pump would snap in. It was fun.
Okay, so what are you talking about? Chickens or
No,
bees
honeybees.
or
Bees.
bees?
Honeybees.
Bees, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they produce carbon monoxide or dioxide?
Dioxide, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
You're very good, very quick on that. I missed that one. Yeah. Yeah, you know, there's millions of them in there.
oh. I
Well,
love honey.
it's 1 o'clock. We'll get going again. And the next hearing we got is LD 1213, an act to provide the option of online or telephonic tagging of harvested big game animals. And that is, which one? That is Representative Martin.
Thank you, Senator. It's been a long morning and I'll be as brief as I possibly can. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Land, Fisheries and Wildlife. I am Representative Danny Martin from Sinclair, and I am sponsoring and presenting for your consideration LD 1213, an act to provide the option of online or telephonic tagging of harvested big game animals. This legislation will simply provide another option for tagging a big game animal. It will not replace the system of tagging animals and persons, as that option will remain popular. Moreover, this bill does not end the collection of real-time data and biological samples. Tagging animals, whether in person, by telephone, or by electronic, will remain subject to regulatory requirements. I understand harvest data is important for estimating and managing wildlife populations, But wildlife management is not an exact science, and like a political scientist conducting polling, good decisions can be made with samples much smaller than 100%. So if in fact this materializes by adding this option, some level of non-compliance should be tolerable. Many states seem to be making electronic tagging work in some form or fashion. Before I close, I want to share with the committee that the department has contacted me. They've expressed concern with this legislation as it's currently written. Following their notification that they fully intend to oppose this bill, the commissioner, the deputy commissioner, and myself held a Zoom meeting where we had a very good, productive meeting. And I understand that making this work, the department would need more time to implement, which is quite similar to what we heard when we heard and presented the turkey tagging bill. With this in mind, I will prepare an amendment that I've started to work on in the form of a resolve that would direct the department, in lieu of this piece of legislation, to investigate the option of electronic tagging and report back to this committee next year with a bill. I will also include in the amendment relief to hunters by increasing the number of in-person tagging stations and allow wild game processing facilities, outfitters, and other related businesses to become tagging agents. As soon as the resolve is finalized, I will share that with our clerk, our analyst, and you all committee members for your consideration, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity to discuss that during our work session. Thank you for listening, and I'd be more than happy to attempt to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Representative Martin? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Okay, next up is Jim Connolly.
Senator Dill, I've prepared a regular testimony that's a little lengthy. I don't know if you want me just to hit the high points so that we can stay on task here, or given Representative Martin's resolve, how you want to proceed.
Well, since he's got a resolve coming to us, why don't you just hit the highlights?
Okay. So I'm speaking in opposition to LD 1213. The department relies on in-person registration of deer, bear, moose, and turkey to determine the number of each species harvested by hunters. This information is used to inform management recommendations, including setting season dates, bag limits, and permit numbers. Although some states allow harvest to be reported electronically or by phone, the current system in Maine has several significant advantages over a system that relies on self-reporting. Requiring in-person registration of deer, bear, moose, and turkey by tagging agents results in improved accuracy compared to a system that relies on self-reporting. The current system allows us to determine harvest with nearly perfect accuracy all the way down to the town level. States that rely on hunters to self-report their harvest have estimated compliance to be as low as 45% in some cases, and must conduct follow-up surveys to estimate the non-compliance rate and correct harvest estimates. We conducted a survey in the spring of 2020 because tagging was suspended due to the pandemic. It cost $30,000. In WMD, in places where there's low harvest, it wasn't accurate and couldn't be used to determine the harvest. In contrast, our current system allows the department staff to make management recommendations with confidence, more confidence than would be the case if harvest data were estimated. The department's current registration system also has several enforcement-related benefits compared to a self-reporting system. Requiring hunters to present their animal to a tagging agent for registration. We believe the current system prevents some individuals from undertaking illegal activities or providing false information during the registration process. In addition, as agents of the department, tagging station attendees report dozens of potential violations toward the service every year. These would go undetected if hunters could self-report. Requiring in-person registration of harvested animals allows the department to work with our network of tagging agents to collect biological samples. This would not be possible with a system that relied on self-reporting. Currently, tagging agents collect teeth from bears and deer, teeth, ovaries, and tick counts from moose, and bands, tags, and radio transmitters from all 4 species. All this information is critical to our management programs and contributes to the department's ability to provide as much hunting opportunity as possible while ensuring these populations of species remain healthy. As you know, we've tagged thousands of bears over the past 40 years. In-person registration has meant that we can determine the fate of almost every single one of those animals. And then that information is built into the registration systems, the harvest systems, the management systems for those species, and allows us to say with certainty what we're doing. In contrast, some other states that allow self-reporting forego collection of biological data completely or go to great lengths and significant expense to collect biological data through mandatory hunter check stops and other similar approaches. Tagging stations are reviewed strategically and located to minimize driving distances. Many small businesses, especially in the rural parts of the state, appreciate the additional business hunters bring. And although some other states have successfully implemented a self-reporting system to estimate harvest levels, many of these states have significantly higher harvest levels than Maine and are therefore less reliant on precise data. And many of those states still require in-person reporting for species with harvest levels that are more similar to Maine. If this bill were to pass as written, we believe it would have drastic consequences for our ability to effectively manage big game in Maine and could reduce opportunity for hunters. Maine would become the only state in northern New England that allows self-reporting for bear or moose. And then we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in hunter fees and thousands of hours of staff time to develop, refine, and implement big game management systems that are predicated on our current system of in-person tagging and the associated biological samples. And we have a couple large studies we mentioned. These studies are based on the use of in-person registration data for these species. In our view, this bill would upend the management programs for Maine's big game and would have numerous significant unintended consequences. And I think Commissioner Camuso would like to speak if the chair would let her.
Sure, if she wants to add something, go for it.
Yes, thank you, Representative Senator Dill and Representative Landry, members of the committee. I'm Judy Camuso, Commissioner of Maine Fish and Wildlife, and thank you, Jim, for that testimony. I just wanted to add on with respect to Representative Martin's resolve that we did speak and the department would be very pleased to have the opportunity to present a thorough presentation to the committee on all of the potential options for tagging to include, some situations where electronic tagging may be appropriate, where phone tagging may be appropriate, somewhere it may not be. Some opportunities for expanding the in-person tagging, and then of course any associated costs, not just financial costs, but potential costs to our management abilities and our approach to address those. So we would be very pleased if we could have that opportunity to make a full presentation to the committee regarding this bill.
Great, thank you. Representative Ordway.
Yeah, I just have a question for Mr. Conley, if I could.
Sure.
You mentioned $30,000. Could you go back to that?
Yep.
Because of the pandemic, we spent $30,000 for a study.
There was a study that was being done in conjunction with the University of Maine, a multi-year study, and we were using that to estimate it. And there was a postcard survey. I don't have the specific details. Nate Webb could provide that information at the work session.
But if I may, Senator.
Sure.
Was that, I thought you said it was related to the pandemic that we didn't do tagging. My concern is if we spent money to do something during the pandemic, that I would hope that the department is going after the federal funds to cover that $30,000 in pandemic relief money.
I'm sure the commissioner would be right on it.
I hope so. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Representative Lythen.
So, Commissioner, would you rather us defeat this bill or pass it with the resolve added to it?
I believe Representative Martin was going to craft a resolve that would direct us to kind of put together a full presentation for you and bring that back next session, next January or so. And we would certainly welcome the opportunity to make the committee aware of all of the potential options and implications for each one, and then you could make a decision from there.
Thank you.
Representative Martin.
Mr. Chair, if I may note, the resolve would be in lieu of the bill as it's currently written.
Right. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none. Next on the agenda is Dana Valou, Harvey Calden, and Don Kleiner.
Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. My name is Dana Valou. I grew up in Orono, Maine, and graduated from the University of Maine with a degree in wildlife management, and am a certified wildlife biologist, which is an international certification administered by the Wildlife Society. I am also a master registered Maine guide. I would like to offer my testimony in support of LD 1213. Wildlife management in Maine has a long and storied history, and the state has done an excellent job of managing our valuable wildlife resources. Big game species populations and big game hunting are in particularly good shape, and we have our skilled biologists to thank for a lot of those species successes. Part of wildlife management is a collection of data on the animals of interest. Typically, wildlife managers do not handle or examine every animal in a population or every animal that has been harvested. What is typical is studying a sample, that is, using a ratio of a population to make management decisions. A major theme in wildlife management is statistics and its use in determining adequate sample sizes that can be used for management with confidence. It is the foundation of modern wildlife management. Some examples of sampling used in current wildlife management in Maine include radio telemetry studies to determine mortality rates for moose calves, capturing and banding wild turkeys to estimate population size through recovery of bands, and examining a portion of the annual white-tailed deer harvest, which is about 1/4 of the harvest, to collect data such as age, body, and antler size as indices of population size and health. Our biologists can use a sample of each of these species as an indicator for the total population they are managing, and it has proven effective. These are just a few examples of effective management that has been done without large samples. I believe that implementing online or telephonic tagging as an option will be a benefit to the department. The department will be able to spend less resources on the current standard of all animals being presented in person at a tagging station. The department can utilize the wealth of data they already possess to estimate the sample size or number of animals that need to be sampled to provide adequate data for management decisions. And there can be mechanisms put in place to ensure they get the sample needed. Much of the management decisions leading up to the wealth of wildlife resources we have today relied on samples. And I believe, at its very least, online or telephonic tagging will not hinder the successes we have seen in managing our big game animals. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Alan Terrio, I guess, in place of Harvey Calden.
Yes, good afternoon. Harvey wasn't able to be on the call, so he asked me to cover for him. I'm the treasurer of the Maine Sporting Camp Association. And as you know, we represent about 50 sporting lodges throughout the woods of Maine. And we're looking at this from the perspective of the hunter and the guides and the lodges, and believe that there should be an option to make it less costly for hunters in time and travel. We think hunters will appreciate it, and future will demand it. This option reduces the time to get large animals like bear and moose into a cooler, thus lowering the risk of tainted meat, cross-contamination, and wasteful repeat trips from cooler to the tagging station and back. Congestion at lines at tagging stations are reduced. COVID risk is diminished. Guides then could quickly move on to the next client or other tasks rather than be detained escorting a client to a tagging station. Flight and travel connections are easier to manage without the need to work around tagging station hours or to take a time-consuming detour to get to a station. The requirements for the data collection, submission of biological samples, or the return of bands or radios are unchanged. Although it's not the intent of this bill, many states tag completely by telephone or online. And MSCA understands the concern of staff biologists. However, we're in a world of data overload, and the cost to the public to gather data, some of which is never used, should be considered. Moreover, new tools are becoming available for use by biologists, like drone surveys, automated intelligence, aerial and satellite imagery, smart game cameras, and more. And we believe this bill correctly increases the urgency for the department to adopt futuristic and inevitable protocols and adapt to this new online world. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Terrio? All right. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Don Kleiner.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, distinguished members of the committee. Don Kleiner, once again, representing the Maine Professional Guides Association. We are opposed to this bill primarily because our businesses depend on the department having good data to perform sound science to deliver us consistent seasons year in and year out. If the department tells us they don't get the data they need, we're in trouble because we're not going to be able to plan on next year's season, next year's occupancy. I would also point out that the department's data gathering system, unlike most other state systems, has been put to referendum twice. And the people of Maine came down pretty strongly in favor of it. Now, I don't want to say that there's not opportunity here because I believe there is. I think Representative Martin is on the exact right path to ask the department to explore those and bring those back to this committee for a full policy discussion. I think that's an excellent path forward. The second thing we would encourage is to have the department begin a thorough effort to establish more tagging agents. We hear the complaint, and I've certainly heard the complaint, that agents were difficult to work with, it took too long, they were too far away. All of those things are at some level true, and many of those can be resolved by simply providing more tagging stations. And I think there's plenty of opportunity there. We just need to take a moment and look at it. And I think I heard Representative Martin say that he was headed in that direction, also a good direction to go, I think. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you. Appreciate your patience all day today.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kleiner? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And Linda, that's the only one I have left on 1213, is that correct? All right, so with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1213, and I will open up the public hearing on LD 1244, an act to extend electronic proof of registration to all-terrain vehicles, snowmobiles, and watercraft. And that is Representative Landry.
Thank you, Senator Dill. While we're on the subject of electronics and futuristics, Senator Dill and esteemed colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Inland Fishery and Wildlife, I'm Representative Scott Landry. I represent House District 113, the towns of Farmington and New Sharon. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce LD 1244, an act to extend electronic proof of registration to all-terrain vehicles, snowmobiles, and watercraft. As a society, we rely more and more on our electronic devices. The Department of Inland Fishery and Wildlife recognizes this and has done a great job of providing its many services and resources online. The department allows those with a hunting or fishing license or permit to provide proof of that license or permit electronically. For many Mainers and visitors, it is much more convenient to download a license on their smartphone than to print it out and carry the hard copy. LD 1244 would bring the regulations around snowmobile, boat, and ATV registrations into line with this recognition. The bill would allow a person to present proof of registration of their snowmobile, watercraft, or ATV by electronic means. It is a straightforward proposal that brings our outdoor recreation regulations more in line with the reality of today's technology. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions. It's a pretty straightforward bill.
Are there any questions for Representative Landry? All right, seeing none, is there anyone else, legislators would like to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I will turn it over to Bill Swan.
Everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I'm Bill Swan, Director of Licensing and Registration at the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking on behalf of the department in support of LD 1244. LD 1244 allows a person to present or have available for inspection an electronic form of a registration certificate, online registration receipt, or certificate of number for a snowmobile, watercraft, or all-terrain vehicle. Back in 2015, the law was passed, which was actually put forth by the department, I believe, that allowed a person who has an electronic form of a hunting, fishing, or trapping license or permit purchased from IFW to fulfill the requirement of having a paper copy on their person with the electronic version. So we've had this in place for around 6 years now, and essentially everything has gone fine with it. There have been no real problems with that. We feel the move to allow electronic forms of registrations for recreational vehicles makes sense given the societal expectations with technology today, and we support the ability for a person to legally show a warden their registration from an electronic device. If a warden was to suspect the registration wasn't valid, they have access to check the validity within Moses. These transactions are all real time. They show up in the Moses database real time, and they can be checked real time. So there's no real major issue there. Be glad to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Ed Pino.
Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the committee. I am Ed Pino, still Ed Pino. And thanks for all of your service and taking the time through this. Just following Bill's testimony, the ATV folks thought this was a good idea, so our legislative committee and our board endorsed it. And seeing I own a boat and a bunch of snow machines, I personally endorse it. I think it's a great idea. So with that, that's it.
Gee, I wish they were all like that.
Having been on the horseshoe, I know how you guys feel.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And Linda, that's all I have. All right. I will close the hearing on LD 1244, and I will open up the hearing on LD 1439, an act to clarify all-terrain vehicle registration requirements and establish regular maintenance of designated state-approved all-terrain vehicle trails. And with that, it is Representative Terrio.
Holy cow. All right. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and fellow members of our committee. I'm Tim Terrio. I'm still Tim Terrio, and I'm here to present LD 1439, an act to clarify all-terrain vehicle registration requirements and establish regular maintenance and design state-approved all-terrain vehicle trails. This bill will help define categories of ATV all-terrain vehicles, restructure registration fees, and channel funds from registration to specific ATV trail maintenance. This bill further clarifies the use of management of ATV registration fees and implements a review scheduled coordinated between the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, and the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. It also provides an educational component for new ATV owners by the Department of Inland Fisheries and weight and limit instructions by ATV dealers. This bill greatly improves the ATV laws in the state of Maine, and it's a bill that we bring forward from the 129th that we worked extensively on last year and passed unanimously out of committee. And hopefully we will be able to do it again this time. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Terrio? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Is there anyone else, legislators, that want to testify on this? Seeing none, I will turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Peabody.
Bill's not quite as easy as the last one. So good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. I'm Tim Peabody, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, speaking on behalf of the department in support of LD 1439. This is a department bill that is currently written. The committee voted on to pass unanimously during a special session in July of 2020. During that session, the committee made several changes that were different than what the ATV Task Force originally proposed in 2020. We submitted the LD 1439 without any changes, but feel it's important we provide this committee with some of the most recent history and a refresher for some, new information for others on how we got to this point. In 2018, a resolve was passed, Resolve Chapter 35, which directed our department to consult with interested parties on registration fees for ATVs and snowmobiles. The ATV registration fees have not kept pace with the growth of the sport and proper maintenance of state-approved ATV trails on private land. Two bills resulted from the resolve that were enacted in 2019 as Public Law Chapter 75, which provided increased funding to the Recreational Management Fund and established the ATV Enforcement Fund, and Public Law Chapter 204, which modified the definition of an ATV to eliminate certain types of motor vehicles, specifically mini trucks, from state ATV trails. During the testimony of the previous bills, there were a number of unresolved issues related to the growth of ATV use in Maine. At the top of the list was growth in the utility task vehicles, commonly known as a UTV or a side-by-side, on the main trail system, as well as deferred maintenance on ATV trails on private land. In May 2019, Governor Mills signed an executive order to create an ATV task force to address these lingering issues and prepare Maine to manage the increase in ATV use into the future. For more information, I provided the links in the testimony to the announcement creation of the task force. The final ATV task force report was presented to this committee during the second regular session of the 129th legislature in early 2020. The task force made a number of recommendations in the report, which were presented during the second regular session of the 129th legislature and resulted in LD 2130, an act to fund Maine's recreational trails, as proposed, as well as LR 3280, an act to clarify all-terrain vehicle registration requirements and establish regular maintenance of all-terrain vehicle trails. where both LDs were and the LR ultimately died after adjournment of this session due to COVID pandemic. The committee, during a special session via Zoom on July 10th, 2020, had work sessions for both LD 2130 and LR 3280. During this one-day session, the committee amended both the LR and LD and voted them ought to pass unanimously. The session ended and the bills ultimately died. As I mentioned previously, LD 1439 was printed, as we believe, the last working document from the 129th legislature without any changes from the department. I'll go through each of the sections and point out language that was changed from the task force recommendation. And I think it's important that we really take a new look at everything so that all the new committee members and just refresh the committee members from last year, just what the task force recommended and how the bill actually came out of the special session. So I'll go, I guess, I don't know how we want to do this. I'm going to go through section by section, and Senator Dill, we can either stop at each section, or do you want me to go all the way through and then?
Why don't we stop at each section? That way questions are fresh in anybody's mind, and if there's none, we'll just continue on.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. The current language in section 1, the current language in LD 1439 is consistent with the task force recommendation, and that's just a clarification that we're talking about designated state approved ATV trails. Any questions on section 1?
Any questions? Nope.
Section 2, current language, again, consistent with the ATV task force recommendations. And that was just lays out that the ATV Recreational Management Fund ensures that maintenance and state approved ATV trails occurs annually. I don't have to read it all, you can read it yourselves.
Yep.
That's consistent.
Any questions on section 2? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 3, the current language is consistent with the ATV task force recommendation. The reason that's all underlined is a repeal and replace of uses of the Recreational Management Fund under Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry law. And the only new one that was added as a recommendation of the task force was number 5, ensuring designated state-approved ATV trails are inspected annually.
Any questions on that? Nope. Okay.
Section 4 was consistent with the ATV task force recommendation. It created an antique all-terrain vehicle, just like an antique snowmobile. Again, that was a task force recommendation as printed.
Any questions? Nope. Continue.
Section 5, again, it was the language in 1439, consistent with the task force recommendation. And I'll just explain this a little bit more. In the discussions from the task force, registration is not required to operate an ATV on land. The old law was that they're domiciled on, or lived on, or domiciled on. And the task force recommended, and the committee accepted it, that if you own the land, whether you live on it or not, you should not have to register your ATV. And that's the current language in 1439, and that was the task force recommendation.
Okay. Any questions there? Yes, Representative Landry.
Yes, Deputy Commissioner. Is the definition of oversized further ahead, or should that be included here?
It's further ahead. Whether it should be included there is up for the debate. It's as we move along.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Section 6. So section 6 is consistent except for the last 2 lines, and this is where we start to for the discussion. I'm going to actually read the underlying language so we're all clear on what I'm talking about. A registration agent shall explain orally and in writing to the person request to register an oversized ATV as defined under section 5B, the size and weight restrictions for registering that ATV, including whether it qualifies for registration, and provisions of section 13157-A regarding the operation of oversized ATVs on designated state-approved ATV trails. The task force recommendation for oversized ATVs was not to allow them on state-approved trails. This is reflective of a committee amendment to what the task force recommended. So this is one of the first places that it shows up in here. It shows up later on under permission, and this is just I'm just pointing it out as different than what the task force recommended. Also, in that, in talking to Bill Swan, the requirement for registration agents to explain orally and in writing, I think our intention is to provide our agents with a written documentation about this and not have it in law that they have to tell them. But again, that's the committee's choice on how to manage that.
Any questions? Nope, continue.
Okay, section 7, the current language, again, consistent with the ATV task force recommendation. And this is what the committee voted on for fee increases. This is what the task force again saw as appropriate to manage, appropriately maintain the trails. And that's what's in 1439.
Okay, any questions? Nope, continue.
Section 8, current language, consistent. That's might be close to what Representative Landry was asking. We will be reviewing how the language is applied with the current ATV statute. In our own minds, once we get a sense of where the committee is on all these sections of the law, we will, with the help of John Clark, need to make sure the whole layout of the new ATV statute is appropriate. And I think this is one of the first places that we need to focus on, and that's the definition of an oversized ATV. But under section 8, that is currently what the task force recommended.
Are there any questions on that? Does it ever say? Oh, there it is, 2,000 pounds. Okay. So that means that if I go into the showroom and I buy a ATV that weighs under 2,000 pounds, I'm okay, even though once I take it off the lot and I trick it out and it now weighs 2,400 pounds, I can still use that on the trails?
That's correct. It's manufactured specification. And that was debated quite a bit in the task force. So we're not going to have wardens out there with scales and tape measures. It's manufacturer width, and because of what you just said, Senator, if you put mirrors on it or fender flares, or we're not enforcing that. It's manufacturer specification.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, any other questions? Section 9. I'll set for section 9. Again, consistent language. It just provides for the registration fee for an antique ATV. And I will raise it to the committee's attention that all of this money goes to the recreational management fund in this. One of the things that we don't know from the department standpoint is how many, Bill Swan can provide the information, how many of these machines are we talking about out there where currently we register that machine for $45 as a portion of that revenue comes back to this department and a portion goes to agriculture and conservation. Under this provision, all of the money from the antique registration would go to the recreational management fund. So that's just to raise that issue on a fiscal standpoint.
Any questions? No. Okay.
Section 10, again, the language in section 10 consistent with the ATV task force recommendations. And just a summary of what that does is it basically creates a scenario where the department every couple of years will assess the appropriate funding for ATV trails and maintenance needs. And one of the reasons we got in the situation that we're in is the ATV registration fee had not kept pace like the snowmobile one did. So the registration fee increase that occurred, I think it was in 2019, it went from $33 to $45. It had been $33 for a long time and was not generating the revenue necessary to keep up with trail needs. So Section 10 basically addresses that.
Questions? Nope, go ahead.
Okay, Section 11 is not consistent with the ATV Task Force recommendations by allowing oversized ATVs on designated state-approved ATV trails. The task force intent was to not allow oversized ATVs on state-approved trail system, but made it clear that landowners always had the right to be more restrictive than state standards. And I want to give the committee just a little background on the task force recommendation. Many of the, I can't say the word many, several landowners were only allowing a 60-inch ATV on their land base. I know American Forest Management was. John Bryant was the co-chair. He may actually speak today. I don't know. But his company only allowed 60-inch ATVs on the land base, and there were other companies that had the same policy. It was basically from the task force work, everyone agreed that if we stopped the growth of ATVs in the state of Maine at 65 inches, that landowners would accept 65 inches and under and be more likely to accept that as a landowner policy instead of 60 inches. So it was quite essentially a move to the middle in respect to stopping the growth of ATV size in the state of Maine is what created that. So the task force was not recommending that machines larger than 65 inches be allowed on the trails. This was a committee amendment from last year that I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention to as you move forward on it.
Any questions on Section 11? Nope, go ahead.
Section 12, again, not consistent with the task force recommendation. The task force did, I'll talk about oversized ATVs. The task force recommended that after the grandfathering of currently registered ATVs, so grandfathered ATVs, oversized ATVs could operate, is requested by the task force that grandfathered registered ATVs could operate on their own land. They could operate on land with landowner permission, but would not be allowed on the state-approved ATV trails, and also allow them on frozen bodies of water. The task force also, again, it was a compromise recommendation that if you went to a dealer and you bought an oversized ATV that you could no longer register, which is after the grandfathering timeline, that you could only operate it on your own land and operate it on frozen bodies of water. So that was, again, a task force recommendation that oversized ATV, you're no longer registering it. You can operate it on your land or frozen body of water. This went further to include residents in that. And again, I just raise it to the committee as something that you may want to talk about again during the work session. But,
sure, we can take frozen body of water out. Representative Stearns isn't on it this year on the committee, so.
there you go. I think
any
it's.
Other Any other questions? Nope. Okay.
Okay, section 13, consistent with LD 1439, consistent with the task force recommendation. However, again, having the language regarding the use of oversized ATVs on designated state-approved trails. Some people may read that as they are allowed even after the grandfathering date, but I mean, the task force agreed that the dealers should provide persons who wish to purchase an oversized ATV all the information about what they can and cannot do. And again, it's just a matter of wording in there whether you feel that you could register one, or if you feel you could ride it on a state-approved trail by the way that's worded. But that's again an item we can clarify at the work session.
All right. Any questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 14, consistent with LD 1439, the task force recommendation is just the department providing these educational components that we've referenced in here to our agents and to the public through outreach on both the ACF site, websites, and our websites and our written materials. We committed to that.
Questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 15, the effective date, we may have to discuss that, what we feel is an appropriate effective date as we during the work session. So.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Deputy Commissioner Peabody? No?
I will, I'll just throw something out there that as Deputy Commissioner and representing the department bill, I'm also presenting the co-chair of the task force. So I recommended, these were task force recommendations that we worked on here. I know Colonel Scott doesn't agree with, has some real enforcement issues with some of the things in this bill. So we got a three-legged stool here. We got the committee's recommendations that were in this bill that got worked last year, presented here. We have the task force recommendations, and we have concerns from enforcement on the way this is currently written. So I just raised that as part of the consideration for the work session.
Representative Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Tim, as you know, last year, the bill that was before us last year, when we had a discussion in Zoom, a lot of this was discussed, and we came out with a unanimous committee report, as you mentioned. Now, what is before us in the current bill? Are there any changes to what we voted unanimously on last year?
No, Representative Martin. And actually, what happened to us is the revisor's office sent this bill over to us and prior to printing and said, do we want to make any changes? And the commissioner and I discussed it and said no, because the committee voted it unanimous. And we figured we would do just exactly what we just did in the testimony, is just to refamiliarize the committee with what the task force recommended and what the committee voted on. So no, what was provided to us is my best belief that the revisers, it came out of the revisor's office and we changed nothing.
Okay. Well, that was my understanding. What you're suggesting, however, during the work session, you want to be given an opportunity to potentially suggest some amendments per the per the discussion that you all took place. Is that correct?
I'm not really asking for anything. I'm asking that the committee I just want the committee to be aware where there's new members and to refresh everybody's memory on, the task force was sent out to do a job and to bring consensus to landowners and land users on the growth of ATVs in the state of Maine, and came back with a report. I just want to make sure everyone's aware of how that whole thing came together. So, the committee, I'm not really asking for anything in the work session, but just to refamiliarize yourself with all the issues.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none. The next three up are Ed Pino, Richard Howlett, and John Raymond. So Ed, I guess we can make you an official member now. This is your third in a row, right? Or something like that?
Senator, it would have been a lot more fun than banking and insurance, which I got stuck on. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the committee, again, thank you for your time. I am Ed Pino of Basselboro, and today I'm standing in front of you. If I was standing, I'm actually sitting again for ATV Maine. ATV Maine, I won't go into who we are. You heard it last time. Going through this bill, one of the things we sat on the task force, we helped work it. And for the new committee members, so you know, Deputy Peabody was actually on the original task force, so he hasn't gained anything in 20 years. When we saw how the bill came out from last year, we know it was a unanimous committee report. We supported it. But in looking at it again this year, one of the good things that happened is now you have time to sit down and look at it. Are there any unintended consequences to the bill as it came out? We see several. One of the things, if you look at on the definition of ATV, we have a definition of what an antique is. Therefore, you kind of interpret what an ATV is. We think it would be cleaner if you added one line basically saying an ATV registered in Maine is 65 inches and under and 22,000 pounds and less. We think that would be a good addition. The other part that we heard from our landowners is they were very concerned that we're going to allow residents to operate oversized ATVs on state trails. The task force, we strongly recommend the committee goes back to the task force recommendation on the grandfathered ones, but they understand that they cannot run on state trails. What they can run on is owner permission or on frozen bodies of water. That's what the task force recommendation is. We strongly recommend the committee do that. Part of that deal is how this came about. Deputy Peabody touched on it. A couple of the big landowners had 60-inch or under trails, and they really did some moving to come to 65-inch. They really did some work, and that was part of the give and take. It was, if the oversized ones can't run on the state trail, we'll go to 65. If not, we're going to stay at 60. So that actually was where the task force came down, and it was hours and hours on the task force. The other thing Deputy Peabody talked about was changing the dates. If we look at the dates of implementation, of course, we have to change those and how it affects it, simply because of what happened last year with the bill. So that's where we are on it. Our industry is really growing, and one of the problems we're having is we're having manufacturers making bigger and heavier machines, and our state trail infrastructure cannot tolerate it. You know, we want 65 inches and under, 2,000 pounds and under. We're strong on that. And that's what our landowners want, and that's what I asked the committee to do in the bill. And with that, I'll take any questions, and I'll be happy to be on work session if you think I can be helpful.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Pino? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Richard Howlett.
Yes, I want to thank the committee for having me. I'm a Northern VP representative for ATV in Maine, which we have, I have Aroostook County, and we have 1,500 miles of trails, so that's about a quarter of a mile of all the ATV trails in Maine. And also, I served on the task force. And it's like Ed was saying, we spent many, many, many hours on these and months working on the definition of an ATV. We came up with 65 inches, 2,000 pounds. And just to give you an example, on the registrations in 2019, there were 72,000 registered ATVs, and 354 of them was over 2,000 pounds. and 80 or 98 was over 65 inches. So, you know, it's not a huge amount. And this was discussed, you know, almost 2 years ago. So these owners, I feel, have had ample time to make adjustments on, I know there's some, I've heard it from some of the local small landowner that has one. And of course, he's not very happy with it, but I mean, you gotta nip this in the bud at some time. If you don't do nothing now, next year it could be 500. The year after that could be 700. So I really would like to see this go through with your support. I mean, last year we had 500 miles of trails shut down because we couldn't maintain the trails. I mean, they just didn't have enough money to, because the trails got rutted up, they needed. And these machines that are over 2,000 pounds, there's some of them even over 3,000 pounds. And our trail system just can't handle that kind of weight. I mean, our bridges, some of our bridges won't handle it. And it would cost the state a huge amount of money to upgrade these bridges. And so that's about all I have to say. I just hope you guys can make your way to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Next is John Raymond, followed by Ronnie Green, Patrick Strout, and Christopher Fife.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, the IFW committee. I just wanted to touch on a few things. I mean, again, what we're all about and what we've been finding out since I belong to ATV Maine. I am the vice president of ATV Maine, and I'm also the president of the Northern Timber Cruiser Snowmobile Club in Maine. So I wear two hats in this, and I deal with both snowmobiling and ATVing. There's not a lot of clubs that do that. Again, we need to work with the landowners. With over 90% of our trails being on private landowners, we need to do our due diligence to maintain these trails to the BPM practices and the ATV task force recommendations. As we've seen from last year's growth, and if any of you legislators happen to stop at any of the shops in the state, they pretty much were out of ATVs. You had a real hard time to buy them, purchase them, and they're finding out the same thing for this year. With the growth that we need to appease the landowners and the private landowners, and a failure to do so, we'll end up losing, like Dick just reported, last year over 500 miles were lost out of our system, and it's because we didn't have the ability to maintain that sections of trails to the BMP and the landowners' qualifications. We still have a lot of work to do, and we'll need to work on other aspects that will have to be back to the committee, such as gas tax and general fund issues, which we believe can help in the future of ATVing in the state of Maine. But passing this bill is a step in the right direction. And if we do nothing, as we've heard with talking with Brian Bronson and some of the others in the state offices, that there are going to be some land owners, and some of them are large landowners, they're going to start shutting down trails because they don't think we're taking this seriously. And I know most of you guys, or almost all of you on this committee, understand that it's a serious committee issue that we have right now, because as this grows, and I've seen how it's growing on the ATV side, we got to be able to handle the growth. And I think this is a step in the right direction. So thank you. If there are any questions, I can be around for answer your questions, or if we need a work session. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Raymond? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next is Ronnie Green.
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, members of the committee. My name is Ronnie Green and I reside in the town of Plymouth. I am also the president of the Endless Season Riders ATV Club. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1439. Let me start by saying that I strongly support the rights of every landowner, big or small, to have the final say of what happens on their property and to set the rules for the use of their property. I'd like to thank them for all for sharing their land. While I generally support this bill in its entirety, I want to focus on the oversized ATV portion, specifically the weight. Since the task force started their work, machines have evolved even further. People have purchased and registered machines that are in excess of 2,000 pounds. These people bought these machines with all good intentions and with no idea that this law was coming. The dealers did not stop selling them, and in most cases probably did not notify buyers. And just coincidentally, just yesterday, I talked to a friend of mine down in Ellsworth that just purchased one of these machines, and he was not aware of at all of this pending legislation. And the dealer, one of the largest dealers in the state, mentioned nothing of it to him when he sold him the machine. If this law passes as written, these people will never be able to sell or trade these machines because no one will be able to register them ever again. I believe a simple amendment to grandfather the machine, if it was registered in Maine and not just registered to the current owner, would be fair. Several of my friends and members of my own club own Polaris Ranger crews. Those machines accommodate 4 to 6 riders. Some have added doors, windows, windshields, wipers, and heat for comfort as well as safety. Some have purchased a very similar machine that is already outfitted with those accessories, and because they rolled out of the factory equipped, they are considered oversized because they exceed the 2,000 pound limit. And in my written testimony that I submitted to you, I've included some links to specs of machines that I'm referring to. I do believe that the evolution of these machines continues to bring new riders into the sport. When the side-by-sides came along, I saw more older people start riding and some that had issues with bad backs, shoulders, and so on. They were able to get back into the sport. As they started enclosing them and adding creature comforts like heat, people were able to take along family more safely and more comfortably. Some are putting air conditioning in them now, which is a game changer again. I myself bought one last summer, basically because that's what the dealer had on the lot. And if I wanted a machine, that's what I had to buy. As dry and dusty as it was last year, we were able to ride more just because we were able to avoid the dust and be able to breathe.
Please?
I can, sir.
Yep.
One of my members bought a Crew Ultimate Edition that came fully equipped with that, basically, so he could take his elderly parents along, and they'd be able to breathe. I would also maybe suggest amending the bill, increasing the weight to 2,500 pounds, and I will summarize. You know, I think people have. I understand the weight issues. I totally get the landowner issues, and I support the landowners in every way to make their decisions and rules. But I think it's kind of unfair that some of these people have gone out and purchased these machines with no ill intentions whatsoever, and they're going to be out of luck. They won't be able to use these machines if this law passes as written. With that, I'd be more than willing to help out any way I can, and you know, I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Patrick Stroh, welcome back. Haven't seen you.
Thank you. Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and distinguished members of the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, Pat Strout, Maine Forest Products Council. And I wanted to thank Representative Terrio for bringing this forward. We're here in support LD 1439, and I acknowledge one of my members was co-chair John Bryant, all his good work, and the deputy commissioner worked hard on this, and we sincerely appreciated it. The education component, the trail maintenance and schedule is great. When I look at my testimony, it focuses on increasing registration fees, but the message here is really we appreciate the acknowledgement that these trails are running on private land, and we want to support that. The standards we're setting for our forest operations these days include very close attention to ground conditions and not creating mud, and we're being certified to certain standards. So if we have ATV trails, we're trying to get those standards maintained as well. The environmental liability is still a big issue for the landowner community, and the department has been responsive and has realized they need to catch up on trail maintenance. I don't know where it will lead. We're starting to build trails that look more like roads, but it may be the cost we have to pay in order to be environmentally sound, safe, and to have a growing program. So we're supportive. We think we've actually been contributing some of our members to projects and costs. So it's time to get even more resources into the management of this program. I acknowledge there's issues with the equipment size and more discussion to be had perhaps, but the bottom line is we've got to arrive at a standard and kind of keep it there, or else it will accelerate. So I'm in support of LD 1439 and all the clubs that are working hard to try and make this work. We appreciate it, and we'll keep working together on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Christopher Fife.
Hey, good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and distinguished members of the committee. Special hello to Representative Nato, my representative. Good to see you all. I have to say that my bird dog has been laying on the couch behind me here most of the day and seemed much more interested this morning than anything to do with ATVs this afternoon. So I don't know what the vote would be. I've got a pretty good idea, but I won't stray into Sunday hunting at this point. So I guess I submitted written testimony, and you all can see that at your leisure. I would just say that that Weyerhaeuser supports this bill. We supported the bill last session, and we were involved with, although not directly represented on the task force as a company, we were represented by the Maine Forest Products Council and by other large landowners on that task force. And we felt that the task force did some really valuable work in looking at the issues around a sustainable trail system and use of ATVs in the state. We recognize that there are a lot of issues that go along with this, and for us, I think the task force report really did a good job of explaining large landowners' position, some of the issues with trails, environmental standards, and lack of maintenance. I think this bill will go make a good step towards contributing needed funds to maintenance of ATV trails. I included in my testimony, and I'd encourage you to look at just a few examples of the damage to roads, or just really, and it's not intentional. It's in most cases, I think it's just wear and tear, but it demonstrates the lack of maintenance that we see across our land base on ATV trails. And I don't say that to point the finger at the clubs in any way. The clubs try their best. They're usually all volunteers and have limited resources. So as the task force recognized, this is really a funding issue in the state. And I think this bill will be a great step in that direction. I just wanted to mention on the trail width, the trail width within our agreement with the state, it actually would not be wide enough to allow two of these large ATVs to pass side by side in a lot of places. So, one of the considerations is not just how wide these are, but how, think about two of them having to get by each other. And so I think it is an issue for landowners. I think it's an issue as far as the infrastructure that's out there already and the current requirements to bring that infrastructure up to standard, let alone start designing wider trails that could handle wider machines.
Can you finish up in a sentence or two, please?
I can, yes. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was just on the enforcement. I would encourage the committee to potentially think about weight differently from width. I think it would be very easy for a warden to check the width of a machine, whereas I understand the issues around machines and just going with manufacturer weight. But if you can add on and create a wider and wider machine, I think you could have the same issues we were trying to deal with. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next is John Bryant.
Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the Inland Fisheries Wildlife Committee. I'm John Bryant. I live in Holden, Maine. I was, as mentioned earlier, I was co-chair of the 2019 Governor's ATV Task Force. I recently retired from American Forest Management as region manager. I'm a licensed Maine forester, and for most of my professional career, managed over 1 million acres of forest land for various companies. On these lands, we provided agreements with the state of Maine to manage over 600 miles of state-maintained trails. I'm obviously testifying in support of LD 1439 today. The 2019 task force submitted a comprehensive report to the governor. I'm sure you've all reviewed it. In early 2020, that addressed a long list of task force objectives. The proposed legislation under consideration addresses task force recommendations that are long overdue, including ATV fee registration increases and a process to maintain trails. And that process is quite detailed in the report. And as you know, most of the state maintained trails are on private land. Patrick spoke to that earlier, and Chris as well, by dedicated staff at the Maine Bureau of Parks and Lands, ATV clubs and volunteers. They work hard, but their resources are limited. And we're just trying to bring it up to a level that can do better work on these trails, because we don't want landowners closing off these trails, because the connectivity would be difficult to pull back together if that happened. So I would ask you today to please acknowledge the great work by the ATV task force and work together to move this legislation out of committee for a vote. I urge you vote your positive vote on this on LD 1439. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Linda, that's all I have for this bill. Is that correct?
There was a late addition. Tom Doak asked if he could speak on this bill.
Oh, send him in.
Okay. He's on his way.
Good afternoon, Mr. Doak. Thank you for your testimony. It's been nice seeing you this afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Senator, for letting me in. I did not register in advance, but I just had, I'm Tom Doak. I'm Executive Director of the Maine Woodland Owners, and I was on the ATV task force, and I just been listening, and I just wanted to provide a little extra information about one of the issues you're talking about. I mean, obviously, we fully support the task force report, and it was actually a really good process, and the relationship between landowners and ATV riders have come a very, very, very long way. The issue around the there's a couple of points that have been made about the oversized ATVs, so I thought I'd just bring those up. One of the challenges with the connecting trail system is you have different standards among landowners about what size they would allow. And so what the task force tried to get to some place and said, okay, let's standardize that and let's hope everybody moves to that one standard. Because otherwise what you have is a trail system that somebody with a certain size comes to a sign or a crossing and says, oops, I can't fit through or something like that. But these are state designated trails, and people think if they're on a trail, they can get through. And it's logical for them to consider if they're on a state trail that they could ride. If it's registered, they can ride it. So we were having, so there was a connectivity problem. The other problem is you have someone coming to a crossing that is not built for these bigger machines, and they're either stopped because they can't physically set through, but they may, okay, I'm gonna go down around, and and I'm gonna go into the stream and up and around, and the landowners don't want that. The other thing was landowners would then turn around and complain to the rider would then complain to the landowner, why won't you let me through? It's a state designated trail, why can't I ride my ATV? It's registered. So there were a lot of issues around the large ATVs, and that's really hours and hours of conversation. So that's why the task force came at where it did, and anything that continues to allow the bigger ATVs is going to cause ongoing problems. I just wanted to say those things, but we fully support the task force report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Doak? All right, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony. Is that it now, Linda? All right, then I will close the hearing on LD 1439. And I will open up the hearing on LD 1376, an act to clarify and enhance Maine's fish and wildlife laws. Representative Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Dill and Representative Landry and members of the committee, my name is Danny Martin. I am a state representative from House District 150. And on behalf of the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, I am pleased to present to you for your consideration LD 1376, an act to clarify and enhance Maine's fish and wildlife laws. If you've taken a look at this bill, and if you've read the summary, it includes 15 initiatives. This is in fact the department's omnibus bill. And with that in mind, I thank you for listening and will attempt to answer any questions, but it's my understanding that Colonel Dan Scott will be detailing all 15 initiatives. Thank you for listening. And Mr. Chair, you're forgiven for having skipped my bill.
I skipped your bill?
Well, you did. You took it out of order.
Oh, okay.
But you're forgiven.
Oh, well, that was the list I had. Sorry. Anyway, okay. Any questions for Representative Martin? Seeing none. Thanks for presenting your bill. I'll try to keep it in order next time. Okay, so Colonel Scott. Did I see Colonel Scott? I thought he was in there once, but maybe not. We have two of them in the attendees, so I'm not sure which one he is.
On the way in.
All right. There he is. You're in two places at once. We all got to figure out how to do that, Colonel Scott.
Well, at 2:30 after this morning's session, I needed to be. Good morning, Senator Dill, Representative Landry, and members of the IFW committee. I'm Dan Scott, Colonel of the Maine Warden Service, speaking on behalf of the department in support of LD 1376. And while the bills at the end of the day aren't always alluring or the least complex, I'll start by saying this bill makes a number of corrections to Title 12, many of which are just clarifications or minor contradictions. So I'm going to go down through it one section at a time. Section 1 corrects cross references in the statute that were repealed and replaced in an earlier session. So the statute refers to some subsections that were previously repealed and replaced with new sections. We just pointed the statute to the correct subsections.
Yep. Okay.
Subsection 2 corrects a conflict created by Public Law 2017, chapters 427 and 458, which affected the same provision of law. It provided that no more than 8% of the moose hunting permits may be issued to non-residents and no more than 2% may be issued to the hunting outfitters. The old conflicting language stated that no more than 10% could go to non-residents, which failed to account for the hunting outfitters. So we just pointed that to the right section and removed the 10% language, which was old language.
Okay. Any questions? Nope. Okay.
Section 3 removes an obsolete provision related to road safety management areas. Road safety management areas were part of DIFW's former Moose Management Plan system from 2000 to 2015. Road safety management areas are no longer utilized nor part of our system. Those areas included WMDs 23 through 26, and no permits are issued there any longer. Any questions?
Don't see any. Go ahead.
Section 4 eliminates the requirement that moose hunters complete an after-season questionnaire. The survey is obsolete. There were low response rates, which calculates to an inadequate sample size due to the way they were broken up amongst wildlife management districts. Because of this, the data is no longer needed. If there is a need to conduct surveys in the future, the department can easily use electronic surveys for moose hunters after the hunt on a voluntary basis to gain a sense of hunter satisfaction, hunter interference, bird sightings, and any other type of information needed.
Any questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 5 provides that a person who has lawfully killed and registered a wild turkey may sell the plumage, wing bones, beard, and lower legs of that animal. There is currently a contradiction in statute between prohibitions on buying and selling of wild turkeys within Section 1A and a prohibition on selling wild birds within subsection 3. This places the exception to sell plumage under Section 2 of the exceptions where it appropriately belongs.
Any questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 6 provides that a person may not sell any live wildlife, subject to certain exceptions, by clarifying that it is illegal to sell any wild animal that is not otherwise authorized pursuant to Section 12152, or as otherwise provided in the Commissioner's rules related to unrestricted species list. In the last few years, we've had several incidents where folks have picked up baby animals, baby raccoons, foxes, so to speak, and proceeded to sell them on eBay. And the current language around buying and selling wildlife really speaks to dead wildlife in parts, and we want to make it clear that you cannot sell live wildlife, especially that which is illegally possessed.
Questions? Nope. Continue.
Section 7 removes an obsolete provision related to a non-resident junior fishing license being valid through a calendar year after the junior has turned 16. There is no longer a non-resident junior fishing license. We changed that a while back so that all junior licenses apply to both resident and non-resident.
Questions? Continue.
Section 8 provides that a person licensed to deal in live smelt or bait fish may not receive, possess for resale, sell, or offer to sell gift bait fish or gift smelts. This addresses a conflicting language within a section of law that changed in 2017, Public Law Chapter 164. There was an error in wording that occurred. It essentially states that a licensed person may not have or sell bait fish or smelts that have been gifted to that person without the appropriate license.
Questions? Continue.
Sections 9, 10, and 11 add Pleasant Bay Wildlife Management Area in Washington County to the list of wildlife management areas and adds 2 towns to the Plymouth Bog Wildlife Management Area.
Questions? No. Go ahead.
Section 12 was originally believed to be in conflict with federal boating laws. Upon closer inspection, we determined the 60-day temporary stay language for keeping a boat in the state of Maine is appropriate and necessary. So we politely request that this section be pulled from the bill.
Questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 13 clarifies requirements for taillights for snowmobiles and ATVs consistent by requiring a rear taillight capable of displaying a red light that can be seen from at least 100 feet away. So it clarifies that both ATVs and snowmobiles should need a red taillight that can be seen from 100 feet away.
Any questions? None. Go ahead.
Section 14 makes a correction by eliminating two subsections of law which do not apply to operating a snowmobile too close to certain buildings. There's some exceptions for how close you can operate a snowmobile to certain buildings. However, this section points to failing to stop before entering a public way and failing to yield to traffic. Those two sections should not be included, and they were struck from the subsection.
Any questions? None. Go ahead.
Section 15 makes a correction to the appropriate subsection in statute referencing when a person under 10 may operate an ATV. It should be subsection 6 as opposed to subsection 5, which is just a clarification.
Questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 16 changes a reference in the laws governing ATV registrations from June 31st to June 30th. There is no June 31st.
I remember that one. Any questions? No.
Easy one. Section 17, this brings consistent wording between ATV and snowmobile law with regard to registrations for members of the military. It amends the language governing the registration of an ATV by a member of the Armed Forces of the U.S. who is permanently stationed in this state to make it more consistent with a similar provision for the registration of a snowmobile. It provides that registration fees for the registration of such an ATV must be allocated if the person registering the ATV was a resident of the municipality where the member is stationed. So basically allows a member of the U.S. Armed Forces who are permanently stationed in Maine to register their ATV or snowmobiles if they were a resident of that town.
Questions? No. Go ahead.
Sections 18 and section 19 remove unnecessary cross references to Title 29A, which is the motor vehicle laws, where they reference mopeds and motorcycles, governing the wearing of helmets while on an ATV. The reference to Title 29A that requires persons under 18 to wear helmets for various scenarios while riding motorcycles and mopeds isn't needed and would require conformity with motor vehicle law with regard to snowmobile and ATV operation or carrying passengers under the age of 18.
Are there any questions? Nope. Continue.
Section 20, similar to, as I mentioned above, clarifies that the taillight being displayed on an ATV needs to be red in color, which is consistent with similar statutes regarding snowmobiles.
Questions? Nope. Go ahead.
Section 21 makes corrections to the provisions prohibiting the operation of ATVs too close to certain buildings. There are incorrect references to how a person operates, again, like just similar to snowmobiles, with failing to stop and failing to yield, rather than where a person can operate, which is along a public way and across a bridge or culvert. This is similar to the above changes made with snowmobiles.
Questions? None.
And the last part that's not part of my written testimony, but I'd like to add is, if possible, we'd like to bring an amendment to the work session to this bill, which would include language under section 10-151, which would permit the Commissioners Advisory Council members to attend meetings virtually. Currently, it states at an in-public forum, and the pandemic has demonstrated to us the effectiveness of the virtual format, even allowing for increased participation of both the Advisory Council members and the public. So we politely ask that maybe we could have an amendment added to this bill to correct that, and the commissioner may have additional comments regarding that request.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, I'd be glad to answer any questions at this time or during the work session.
All right, any questions for Colonel Scott? Seeing none. Commissioner, anything you wanted to add?
No, thanks, Senator. I don't think so. I think Colonel Scott articulated it. You know, the pandemic has shown it is an efficient way. We would still, of course, have those meetings in a public space where the public could attend should they want to come in person, but we would like the option to allow some of our members to remote in moving forward once the state of emergency is over.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for either the Colonel or the Commissioner? Seeing none. Thank you for your presentations, testimony. Linda, that's all I have on this bill. Is that correct?
There's no one else that I've seen register.
All right, thank you. John Clark. Is there anything else we have? I'll close the public hearing on LD 1376, an act to clarify and enhance Maine's fish and wildlife laws. So John, anything we have to go over?
If you've got the stamina for it, I've got one quick language review. The bill that you voted earlier, was it last week, on the turkeys? And I got the language on that if you're interested in taking a quick look.
Let's get it done.
Okay, I can email it to everybody here. I'll throw it up on the screen. If I can figure out how to do this. Okay, let me do that. Okay, can everybody see the language? I'll make it a little bigger. So this was the turkey tagging bill. And as you recall, there were two parts to this. The first part was providing that in the fall turkey season, the tagging would not be required. And the second part is requiring the department to look at the tagging issue and come back next year with recommendations. So the first part of this, it looks a little longer than it actually is. The first part, there's several places where the tagging requirement appears. And I've just added in except as provided in the new section, except as provided in the new section, so that all the sections that relate to the tagging yet have that opt-out or exclusion for the new provision, which is this provision here. So notwithstanding any other provision of this chapter, a person who kills a wild turkey during the fall open season on hunting wild turkey established by the commissioner is not required to register or attach tag to that turkey. So that just removes it from the fall season. And then the second part is the examination of the electronic tagging. The department is required to determine the direct costs of and timeline required for implementing an electronic tagging system. She'll also evaluate whether and how such a system could be effectively implemented and related costs and benefits, and report back to this committee next year. So that's the language on that bill. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer that, and hopefully that captures everything the committee was interested in on that.
Thanks, John. Are there any questions for John? Danny Martin, representative? You're muted, representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, does the bill that we discussed require the department to come back with recommendations, or does it direct the department to come back with legislation?
This would, I can change the language. This simply requires them to come back with findings and recommendations. So if that were specific legislation, it would be that or whatever. So it leaves it more open, but I can put in specifically if you want to have draft legislation.
Well, John, it's not what I want. It's how we voted, and I really do not recall how we voted on this.
My recollection was it was to come back with recommendations, but I may have missed a piece there. I will stand corrected if I missed that. I understood it as coming back with recommendations without a specificity on the legislation.
Right, I believe it was recommendations, and then it was going to be up to us what we wanted to do with those recommendations as far as reporting on a bill.
And you do have the authority under this to report out a bill.
Right.
Yep. Other questions? Seeing none, anything else for us, John?
That's all I've got.
Anything from you, Linda? Motion to adjourn?
Oh,
Been moved and seconded by lots of people. All in favor? None opposed?